Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third meeting of the Legislative Committee on Senior Citizens, Veterans, and Adults with Special Needs. First, we will call the roll. For those members attending virtually, would you please turn on your cameras and respond when you hear your name? Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Buck.
Here.
Senator Scheibel. Senator Spearman.
Here.
Assemblywoman Considine.
Present.
Assemblyman MacArthur. Chair Gorlow.
Here. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please indicate Senator Scheibel and Assemblyman MacArthur as excused, and we have a quorum for today. Welcome everyone who is here in Las Vegas, and to those joining us by video conference in Carson City, and anyone listening over the internet. Some housekeeping items. So before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to go over some basic housekeeping. Our meetings are video conferenced to Carson City. While everyone is encouraged to participate from whichever location is most convenient, we are willing and able to have these meetings made available by way of virtual participation as well. Everyone should sign the sign-in sheet at each location, even if you do not intend to testify. When testifying, please remember to turn on your microphone and clearly state your name and the entity you represent at the beginning of your testimony. Speak directly into the microphone to ensure those listening in other locations and watching online can hear your testimony. Please remember to turn the microphone off when you finish speaking. Each witness should provide a business card and a copy of any written materials not previously submitted to the Secretary. Since our committee secretary is in Carson City, please leave your business card on the witness table or at the back of the sign-in sheet in Las Vegas. Our staff will collect your cards at the end of the meeting. Witnesses who wish to provide committee members with additional information or have their complete testimony or handouts included in the permanent record of this meeting should provide a paper or electronic copy to the Secretary. You can find her contact information on the committee's website. Meeting materials provided to committee members for this meeting can be accessed on the committee's webpage, and individual public copies are also available in each meeting location. Anyone who would like to receive electronic notification of or access to the committee's agendas, minutes, and final report can do so by going to the Nevada Legislature's website and following the links. And finally, I would like to remind everyone to please silence all of your electronic devices, especially cell phones and laptops, during the meeting. And with that, let's get started. The next item on the agenda is public comment. Public comment is provided at the beginning and again at the conclusion of the meeting. I would like to call your attention to the notation on the agenda limiting public comment to 3 minutes. Speakers are urged to avoid repeating comments or points made by previous speakers. Any person may also submit written comments to the committee secretary during or after today's meeting. In addition to testifying in person, members of the public may provide public comment in 4 different ways, all of which are listed on the agenda. With that, we will move on to public comment, and we will start with those in the physical location and then move on to anyone who has called in. So first, is there anyone in Carson City who would like to provide public comment at this time? Okay, not seeing anyone. Let's move to Las Vegas. Is there anyone in Las Vegas who would like to provide public comment at this time? Seeing no one here. Okay, broadcast services. Is there anyone on the phone that's in line for public comment?
To give public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 048. You're unmuted and can begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Cohen for the record. Stephen with a B, Cohen as in the Assemblywoman, no known relation. At first glance, agenda item number 5, the SEED initiative, sounds like a wonderful idea. However, in order to implement such an initiative, good policy information is required. Here in Nevada, I don't believe that we have such good information from vocational rehabilitation. For that reason, I would request the committee to exercise its jurisdiction to instead request a priority audit of the rehab division of which vocational rehab is an entity, so that any policy recommendations can be implemented during the 23 session. With that, Madam Chair, thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. BPS, are there any other callers in line for public comment?
Yes.
Caller with the last three digits, 528. You are unmuted, may begin.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Barry Gold. I'm the Director of Government Relations for AARP Nevada. I apologize as I am unable to be present either in Carson City or in Las Vegas for the meeting today, and I know how important this committee is, and I have to admit I have so many conflicts. I'm actually multitasking right now and have another webinar up on my computer, but don't tell them that. What I wanted to talk about was looking at your agenda item. I've spoken to several of the people who will be presenting, and AARP is in strong support in collaboration with the things they are going to tell you. So on behalf of the 345,000 AARP members across the state, AARP strongly supports the information that Jennifer Richards from ADSD is going to present to you on the Vulnerable Adult Protective Order, the access warrants, and the Elder Abuse Fatality Review Teams. I will not say anything. She will tell you all about those, but we are in strong support of those happening here in our state, and we'll also strongly support the recommendations that Marie Coe is going to talk to you about the long-term care ombudsman and ways to protect that. And I've also spoken to Jonathan Norton and agree with the things for guardianship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gold. Next caller, please.
Good morning, and the rest of the beautiful committee and handsome people. This is Dora Martinez. I represent the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition, and I would like to echo people who have spoken prior to me, and especially Stephen Cohen's request. I am one of the recipients of vocational rehabilitation services, and what they usually do to us disabled people is give us the runaround, and I will ask that you please take a look at the employment specifically pertaining to people with disability in the state. It's very low, and it's hard. We do not want to stay home and government services, those that can't work due to lack of patient empathy to people with disability. They are oppressed and want to stay home because we do not like the discrimination that they do give us. And I please urge you to do the audit so we can be out there and work and be part of the society. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez, for joining us today. And next caller, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Mikey Kelly of North Las Vegas, Nevada. Mikey, M-I-K-E-Y, last name K-E-L-L-Y. And I'd like to speak to something that is not on the agenda. As we're during the pandemic, we were faced with an increasing number of homeless persons. And we have a serious crisis in relation to homelessness. And in my opinion, and a lot of others, we don't see a strong addressing of the problem. Contrary to what many folks will say, homelessness is not only a housing issue, it's a crisis of public health and safety. Many of the folks on these streets suffer from severe mental health disorders, and some within the schizophrenic spectrum. Many of them suffer from substance use disorder, and amidst that crowd, many are sex trafficking victims who have absolutely no place to go. A large portion of them are veterans, and many of them are people with such severe health issues that they face crisis on a daily basis, but they have no places to go. Several years ago, the late Assemblyman Tyrone Thompson had a goal. It was to strengthen the continuum of care for homelessness. Unfortunately, he could not achieve that goal. Currently, the continuum of care is very disorganized at best, and there is a need for a much more cohesive plan of action in relation to the continuum of care. I would respectfully request this committee in the future to reach out to homeless providers and those who work within that space and have a discussion about what we're actually doing to resolve the issues of homelessness. Come up with actionable solutions to better and more clearly codify a plan to ensure that in each county we have one clear and concise continuum of care. And we must have unity of effort among our counties and municipalities as opposed to what is currently occurring, which is a very disorganized plan that's oftentimes performed by a municipality, the other performed by the county, neither one of them talking to each other. I urge you once again to achieve Assemblyman Thompson's goal and establish a unified and more cohesive countywide continuum of care to address this serious health crisis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And next caller, please.
To give public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, the line is open and working, but there are no further calls.
Thank you so much. Seeing there are no more callers, we will move on to our first order of business. Agenda item number 3, approval of the minutes for the meeting of March 22nd and April 12th. Committee members, are there any questions regarding the minutes from the previous 2 meetings? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the committee meetings for March 22nd and April 12th of 2022.
Motion to approve?
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Considine and a second from Senator Spearman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. The motion carries. Our next agenda item is number 4, presentation on achieving a better life experience, the ABLE savings accounts to ease financial challenges for individuals with disabilities in Nevada, administered by the Office of the State Treasurer. We have Presenter Eric Jimenez, Chief Policy Deputy from Nevada State Treasurer. I believe he is in Carson City.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For the record, Eric Jimenez with the Treasurer's Office. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here today to talk about one of our favorite topics, ABLE accounts, which I think are a transformational financial tool for the disability community here in Nevada and across the country. As some of the public commenters alluded to, we know that people with disabilities are one of the largest minority groups in the country. We know that they're twice as likely to be unemployed, and we also know that they are twice as likely to be living in poverty. To address a problem that had occurred for decades, ABLE accounts were created so that people with disabilities had the ability to save and to earn income without threatening access to means-tested benefits like Medicaid, Social Security, food benefits, housing benefits, and other benefits. Broadly, people with disabilities, if they do not have an ABLE account, can only save about $2,000 per year or $1,220 per month before losing access to those means-tested benefits. What that means is that you are destined to live in a perpetual cycle of poverty through no fault of your own. ABLE accounts are a way that you can save some money, spend that money like everyone else in the community without threatening access to those means-tested benefits. And I think more importantly, There have been other financial vehicles in the past, like special needs trusts, which are good for a wide variety of purposes for transferring assets and making sure someone is taken care of, when parents die. But ABLE accounts have been the first financial vehicle that empower people with disabilities in making their own choices. The account beneficiary on an ABLE account is the person with a disability, unless there is a guardianship over the person and over the estate. And they cannot make those financial decisions independently. So it's very important because when the money goes into the ABLE account for the majority of the population, they are making their own spending decisions. And I know that makes some people uncomfortable, but I think it's important that we empower this population of folks and allow them to make choices and sometimes make the wrong choices, but making sure that they have a safety net to do that. There was a bill that was introduced in the Congress in 2008. It was not passed until President Obama signed it into law in 2014, which broadly established a framework for ABLE accounts to be created under a chapter of IRS Code 529A. So much like the college savings assets that this state administers, tens of billions of dollars in assets, ABLE accounts are managed at the state level, so there are state plans, and people can join those state plans. In Nevada, we then set up our own plan in 2015, and what we saw was there was very little engagement from numerous state agencies through the last administration on making this a priority. There was the accounts were administered in the state treasurer's office, and then marketing outreach was handled by the Aging and Disability Services Division. And as a result, nobody communicated and nobody really worked to set up ABLE accounts. I think when I joined the treasurer's office shortly after the 2018 cycle, there was something like 90 accounts, and nobody knew where to go. No one knew what to do with it. So we worked with this committee back in the interim before the 2019 legislative session, and we drafted a bill, Assembly Bill 130, I think it had like 2 lines, which moved the program entirely over to the Treasurer's Office. And since that time, we've seen massive account growth with a budget of $0 from your state general fund. Broadly, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this, all of our ABLE statutes are codified in NRS 427A, and those specify that money in an ABLE account cannot be used to calculate the personal assets for the beneficiary or owner of the account for disability, medical, or any other health benefits for the state. Additionally, student loans and grants and other federal aid programs do not count as assets for the person with the disability. So what that is a protection to make sure that when they are saving and when they are earning money, that we are not threatening their health care, mainly because that would do more harm than good. Funds in an ABLE account, once they are deposited in an ABLE account, they're saved on a tax-free basis, so much like a similar college savings 529 plan, it's a tax-advantaged savings account. And individuals can open the account either on their own behalf or, like I mentioned before, if there is an appropriate guardianship with a power of attorney, an authorized individual, which is usually a family member or someone that is declared by the court to be that authorized individual, can open the account on their behalf. This is where it gets a little tricky. There's a bill going through Congress to increase the age of people who can open ABLE accounts, but right now, people with disabilities where that disability occurred before the age of 26 are eligible to open the account. That does not mean they needed to be diagnosed before the age of 26, but it needed to have occurred. So it's a lifelong disability. And typically, most people with ABLE accounts are receiving SSI or SSDI, but there have been recent changes to federal regulations that now allow people who are not receiving SSI and SSDI to also sign up for ABLE accounts as long as they meet the disability threshold. And we'll talk about a grant program that we're running now where that's been a huge factor. And you can only have one account per person. As I mentioned before, there are states that offer a variety of ABLE accounts, but you can only have one nationwide, but you can transfer that to another state pretty easily. Staff asked us to try and contemplate how many people would be able to open an Enable account, and it's kind of a squishy number, but we know that about 42,000 individuals in the state are receiving Social Security disability benefits, but when we open that population up for those, like I mentioned in the previous slide, who are could be eligible, but maybe for income of their family members or other factors are not receiving SSI and SSDI, it jumps up. So probably 50, 60,000 at least that we know about. And as we mentioned before, the 90 accounts that were set up before Treasurer Conine took office and Governor Sisolak took office really weren't meeting the needs of that population that's that large. As of last fiscal year, we had 2,022 accounts with assets under management of $10.4 million, and as of May 9th of this year, we had 3,059 accounts, largely due to the TOTS grant program through ARPA funds. Broadly, you can use these dollars to cover a wide variety of qualified disability expenses. Those can vary from anything from education, health and wellness, housing, transportation, legal and professional fees, employment training and support, assistive technology, which does in fact include service animals. I've had several folks get guide dogs, which I strongly support with these dollars. And I get a question a lot when I talk to families and I talk to folks, and they said, well, can I use the funds in this account to take a trip or go to Disneyland? And I think if that family can make a reasonable argument that it is a expense that will increase the health and wellness of that individual, then yes, you could use these dollars for that. Broadly, these were not meant to be restrictive accounts, which is why you see such a wide variety of expense categories that they can be used for. And they're really meant to be as broad as possible to allow that individual to save and to earn money as flexibly as possible. You can save $15,000 a year if you are not working into an ABLE account. If you are working, you can save $26,000, so an additional $12,000 a year. So when you think about someone that may be working in a sub-minimum wage sheltered workshop, as we have allowable under state law here, this is a huge tool in allowing them to get to the minimum wage and earn a real living without threatening access to their means-tested benefits. If they start to earn more than $26,000 a year, that's great, and they probably, at a certain point, will not need those means-tested benefits, which is great. But until such time as they could, to get to that level of income, we want to make sure that they're protected, and that's why these accounts are so important. Balances under $100,000 are excluded from the SSI resource limit, and we differentiate these from things like special needs trusts, which are designed to be large asset-bearing accounts, hundreds of thousands of dollars, transfers of properties, those sorts of things. These are not that. This is really a blend between a checking and a savings account, and the dollars in this account are meant to be spent, which is why I think you see a smaller total resource limit of $100,000 in these. We already mentioned this, so I will move on because I know you have a busy schedule. We participate in an alliance of state, a collaborative, which I think is a really good model when we're thinking about other things like retirement savings or individual development accounts and other types of financial vehicles. We partner with 18 states that account for about half of the ABLE accounts nationally. And why we do that is because the administration from a staff perspective in our office is much smaller, and it reduces fees for participants. So if we were to run this program on our own without the leverage of other states and other assets from people in other states, the fees to people with disabilities and their family would be significantly higher, and I think a real barrier to setting up an ABLE account. These funds, similar to Roth IRAs and other retirement savings accounts and college savings assets, can be invested if the individual or the family wants to do that, which I think is an interesting opportunity for the disability community because they've never really had that option before. So when you go to set up an ABLE account, you have the option of doing two paths. You can either say, I would like to invest, and I can pick a strategy that's conservative to aggressive or moderate, and I could change that strategy if for some reason my circumstances change or as I get older or something. But you can also enroll in a FDIC insured debit card option, which I advise a lot of folks to do, whereas you do not earn interest on those accounts. You do protect it, and the flexibility of using a debit card, I think, makes it a lot easier for people to spend money as they need it in the community. We have a $25 minimum contribution required to open an ABLE account. I'm working very, very hard to try to get rid of that for Nevada residents, and we actually waived it for the TOTS grant program, which we'll talk about in a minute, because it didn't make sense to have people who needed money contributing money to open an account. So that's something that we're looking at working towards getting it free for Nevada residents. And like I said, we keep the maintenance fees very, very low. If an account owner chooses electronic statements, it's about $11.25 a quarter. We're also trying to get those lower it as much as we can, but someone's got to pay those fees. So as we shift fees from either Nevada residents or one population, fees increase for other populations. So it's kind of a balancing act. And then you can see the management fees if you were to select those risk-based options for the ABLE account. This is very exciting. This is probably the most innovative use of ABLE accounts in the entire country, but on October 25th of last year, thanks to the votes and support from the members of this committee and the entire legislature through SB 461 or the Waterfall Bill, this office, Treasurer Conine, set up the largest support program for people with disabilities in the country. We started with $5 million. One of the most recent IFCs increased that to $12 million. And when we were looking at ARPA funds to help people with disabilities and families and kids with learning loss recover from the pandemic, it was incredibly important to me and the treasurer and the governor that we do it in a way where people's benefits were protected. We didn't want to unintentionally give someone a $5,000 grant and then break their Medicaid eligibility, which is why we're the only state in the country that's doing this. We have about 6 or 7 states that are looking at following us into this, but it's the first of its kind program in the country. It is the largest program of its kind in the history of the country, and we're super proud of that. And I think you can see our significant account growth from last fiscal year to this one due to this program. We have dispersed, I think it's close to $10 million, but over $9 million into those accounts, and we are reserving $2 million of that to support specifically children in the foster care system who are also eligible for these accounts because they have a disability. So we're incredibly thankful to Clark County, Washoe County, and the Division of Child and Family Services for working with us, and that's the next population that we're working through. So we've gotten all of the applications pretty much funded so far, and we're going to work on the foster kids going forward. Let's talk about some challenges, because I know this committee has BDRs. There's a number of different things and priorities. I'd probably suggest housing if you really wanted to focus. But one of the biggest barriers that we have is that these folks don't have enough money to begin saving. So when we have conversations and talk to them and say, it'd be really good for you to have this vehicle to begin saving, the biggest complaint is, I don't have a job, I don't have enough money, or I've been forced for 20 years to spend down my assets at the end of each month so I don't lose my Medicaid. That's a structural and systemic problem, but I think any way that we as a state government or private philanthropic dollars can work to help build the assets for this underrepresented class, I think is important. We do hear from folks that the enrollment fees, that $25 fee, is a barrier to setting up the ABLE account, and we are working with that. We'd love some support from the legislature with that as well. And you will see budget enhancement requests from our office, both from a programmatic side and a staffing side. I run this program by myself. I've done it for the last 4 years with $0 from our state general fund, and we have no dedicated FTEs for the program. So we will be coming forward to the legislature with a budget request with this, and we think we can reach a lot more families if we staff this program and run it right, rather than continuing to not fund the program. And I know that was a lot all at once, but you've got a busy day ahead of you, so happy to take any questions on one of my favorite topics.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. It's one of my favorite topics, too. I work with a nonprofit that provides health care to children, and many of them have special health care needs and are disabled. So I'm really excited to hear about this program. We'll take questions from committee members at this time. So are there any questions? We'll go here in Las Vegas. Assemblywoman, Considine.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jimenez. This is a great program. I just have a couple of questions. One of them is just clarifying. So if somebody wants to join this, do they have the option for it to be basically like a checking savings account where that amount that they have in there is consistent as they add to it or debit from it? Or they have the option for in sort of an investment account, or are these one thing?
So, Erica Menace for the record, thank you for the question, Assemblywoman. Broadly, I think they are two separate things, but in reality, money is fungible and it's always getting invested, right? But the money, if you choose to say, like, I want a specific, think of it like a checking account option, you can pick that when you set it up. And you could say, I would like that option, you click the button, and then you get a debit account, and that money is insured, and you don't take any risk from the market, right? The second option, if you do want to see some growth in the account, so assets earning interest, you can select that option as well, which ranges from conservative, moderate to aggressive. But I think the important thing is if you want to change it or circumstances change or the economy changes, families can make that decision and change that account pretty easily as well. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Can I ask another question? Yes. Thank you. So on both accounts, are there maintenance and fees or only on the investment?
Eric Jimenez for the record. There are monthly fees, and that's just how it works with these types of accounts on both. There are not investment-related fees. So when you saw there's a slide that had something like 34 to 38 basis points. Those fees are only on the investment accounts. The quarterly maintenance fees are on all of the accounts, and that's just how we keep the program solvent.
So is the maintenance fees that you've got 45 to 60, the quarterly maintenance fees added up throughout the year, or the quarterly maintenance fees on top, the quarterly statement fees on top of the maintenance fees?
So if a person selected an investment option, remember they're getting interest on that, so they're paying 34 to 38 basis points on that. That is on top of the maintenance fees. So broadly, you will pay quarterly maintenance fees with an ABLE account. But I think, and while I struggle with that too, I think it's important you are also keeping your Medicaid, Social Security, food assistance, and housing assistance eligibility through those programs. So we do have a responsibility to make sure the program is solvent, which is why we have those fees. And we will work to try to get them down if we can. But we do want to make sure that people can afford these accounts if they can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Considine. Senator Spearman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How you doing, Mr. Jimenez? It's pleasure as always listening to some of the things that we're doing for some of our most vulnerable citizens. A couple of questions here. I think it was last session we got Senate Bill 188. I think that's the number. And so I think you answered part of it, because one of the questions was going to be, for those children who are in foster care, are they able to couple the IDA with the ABLE accounts, or is that just one thing? And the next thing would be, as we look at the other part of 188 dealt with people who are receiving some type of social service assistance. Would any of that spill over into what you talked about with respect to the ABLE accounts, those who are getting SSI, SDI? Can they couple that too with the provisions of Senate Bill 188? And if so, what is the best way for us to get the information out? Because I think you said at one point prior to 2018 that there wasn't a whole lot of emphasis on, for lack of a better term, marketing. But what can we do to make sure that people know that that's there, especially during this time when there is a housing shortage or a housing crisis here? What can we do to use the information you presented to us today and 188 to pull those together so that more and more people have an opportunity to lift themselves up and out of their current situation? That's part one, and I'll wait.
Okay, that was a long part one, Senator, but I got it. Eric Jimenez for the record. Senate Bill 188, which is why we worked together so diligently, I think, and it was a very character-building experience over 2 sessions, was so important because it established individual development accounts, which are broadly ABLE accounts, but for a broader population, a broader spectrum of the population. While ABLE accounts are only eligible for people with disabilities that occurred prior to the age of 26, IDAs are for those receiving social services regardless of disability status, those who are in low-income housing units, and for children in the foster care system. As we've learned a lot through the ABLE account experience, I think once we get through this foster care portion of the TOTS grant, my intention is to launch the Council on Financial Independence and set up the IDA structure so we have a good structure going into the next legislative session. They could work interchangeably. I don't see why they couldn't. If there was, for some reason, one pool of money, we know there's separate federal grants that are designed to go specifically into IDAs. Someone could theoretically be eligible for both an individual development account and an ABLE account. So I think that's something we'll have to contemplate as we go through the regulatory process, but I don't see why they couldn't work. I think the question would be like, does that benefit the person, or should we have a conversation of like which account might be better for the assets in that? I think when we think about the individual development accounts, they're a little bit differently focused in the eligible expenses, broadly the same, but they were much more housing focused. They were much more, how do we get you a pathway out of poverty while also protecting your benefits. So part of your question was, are those benefit thresholds still protected with the IDAs? We wrote that specifically so that Medicaid benefits are protected. We did not write it as Social Security benefits because we were not contemplating largely disabled folks taking advantage of this account, but the goal was to mirror them as closely as possible to the IDA program. So I hope that answers part one.
Part one, and part two would be I'm sorry, Madam Chair, follow up.
Please go ahead, Senator.
Okay, thank you. So part two would be, you mentioned service fees that basically just maintenance fees for the account. And I imagine that's a consequence of some of the financial institutions. So the question would be, would it be plausible to perhaps consider CDFIs as some of the institutions that people might be able to deposit or to open up these accounts in, being that the first name or the first part of that name is community, the second middle name is development, and so if we can couple community development financial institutions with the idea of helping people to be empowered financially and take control of their own destiny, if you will. Is there a way to work with some of the community development financial institutions to either reduce or eliminate those fees just based upon what their structure of their bylaws would say? Is there any way that we might be able to create some encouragement, if you will, from the CDFIs to participate more in the ABLE or the IDA accounts. And I hope that makes sense to you.
It does, Senator. Erica Minnis for the record. I'll start with the ABLE accounts, then we'll move into the IDAs, which I think is a little more interesting here. With the ABLE accounts and the ABLE Alliance, I kind of walked into that contract, so we've been working to see what's working and see what's not working. I think as we go up for our next negotiations, that's going to be something that's important to me, is getting those fees down. I will say if we were to unenroll or do our own plan, the fees would be cost prohibitive to administering the program, and that's just not a risk I'm willing to take right now unless we have a more developed option. I think for something like the IDAs, as we're contemplating like which fiduciary organizations to partner with, and Assemblywoman Chandra Summers Armstrong was very passionate about keeping the fees low within that program, and I think we put some flexibility language in there. I think it's a really interesting conversation now that Nevada has its first real CDFI. I know the work that Ken Evans has been doing with the Urban Chamber is going to be really groundbreaking, particularly for folks in the African American and Latino communities. When we start to contemplate how to set up those IDAs, I think thinking about a partnership with CDFIs makes a ton of sense to keep those fees low. But I think broadly we should set expectation. There are going to be fees on any type of account that we set up, whether it's a retirement savings account or any IDA or an ABLE account. Like, I wish there wasn't, but someone has to administer those accounts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions? Well, seeing none, I do have a couple of quick questions. Again, working with a nonprofit, and many of our kids have special healthcare needs. Some have been born with conditions. Some have been involved in accidents or have had chronic illness. So could you elaborate a little bit more about the types of conditions that would be eligible for this program?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a great question, and I get it every day, and we got it a lot as we launched the TOTS program. The goal of these accounts is to make sure that we're helping kids and older individuals who need it, but also not trying to be overly restrictive. There was a change to IRS regulations over the last year or so, which lowered the threshold for disability standards in terms of what documentation might be necessary. Broadly, if you have a condition that's categorized in what's called the Social Security Blue Book, or are eligible for SSI or SSDI, automatically eligible, right? So that's your developmental disabilities, it's your severe cognitive disabilities, it's severe autism, it's all sorts of other disabilities and physical impairments and those sorts of things. Then there's this kind of nebulous of varying range of disabilities, and we've done a really good job. Nevada is actually the national leader in what I would call settlement ABLE accounts. So through mass torts or mass litigation where there are a lot of beneficiaries that are either coming from a medical malpractice suit or a prescription drug lawsuit, they're often entitled to benefit checks and settlement checks. But if they take those settlements, and they're often lump sum settlements, they will break their Medicaid and Social Security eligibility. So we have worked with benefits consultants and members from the trial lawyer community to make sure that when those settlements happen, that we're actively setting up ABLE accounts for those folks. And what we've seen with that population is we've seen a ton more in the mental health space, in the severe emotional disturbance space, which we see a lot with our foster youth. And we've seen a ton more in the autism spectrum as well. So we are trying to make this as broad as possible. I think when families, or if there are people listening to this, if you believe that your child has a disability that impairs their life and need to access these accounts, you can set one up, right? You have the ability to affirm under penalty of perjury when you set those accounts up. We're not going to ask for medical records and those sorts of things. But there is federal statutes governing this, so we do want to make sure that whenever someone signs up, they are affirming that they do in fact have a disability. So I think that's a long way of answering your question, Assemblywoman, but I do think that we're trying to make this work for a broad spectrum of the disability community.
Thank you. And one more quick question from me. You stated that a couple years ago there were only 90 accounts, and now you're over 3,000 accounts. That's just amazing. Can you tell us a little bit about how you were able to reach that number?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. And I think Senator Spearman alluded to this in her earlier question of, like, how do we get the word out? We do that by hard work, right? We don't need marketing budgets and other things. I know a lot of people will say you need to. No, you need to get into the community. You need to meet people where they are. You need to get in front of folks that people trust in this community, and that's the work that we've done. We have worked with the Department of Education. In the 2017 session, there was a bill passed called AB 64, which allowed an alternate pathway for a high school diploma for a kid with a disability. And what we've done is, so if a student or a school is pursuing that option, that alternate diploma does not count against their graduation rate, so it adds to the graduation rate. But in order to get that alternate diploma, that student needs to be educated about ABLE accounts. We've worked with the Department of Education to start implementing ABLE accounts into all IEP meetings with families. So we're slowly but surely making sure that when people are in situations when they're talking about, what's my child going to do next, or how do I care for my child when they graduate high school, that they're getting this information in front of them. We could always do more. We could always use more resources. But it's really just getting in front of the community and meeting folks where they are.
Thank you very much. Seeing there are no other questions, we'll close this agenda item and move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item number 5, presentation on United States Department of Labor State Exchange on Employment and Disability Initiative. Presenters are John Cunningham, from Project Manager with Employment, Labor, and Retirement, National Conference of State Legislatures, Bobby Silverstein, Principal Powers, Piles, Sutter, and Vervilli, Legislative and Policy Council, State Exchange on Employment and Disability, and Katia, I'm going to butcher this last name, I apologize, Albanese, I hope I'm close, Project Director of State Exchange on Employment and Disability.
She's not going to be testifying, just the two of us.
Oh, okay, thank you. We'll let you go ahead and start then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee. Let me make this big. Again, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the committee for inviting us here today. My name is Josh Cunningham, and I am with the National Conference of State Legislatures, where I work on various employment and labor issues, including disability inclusive employment policies, as well as kind of broader state government employment policies. I'll have Bobby introduce himself real quick, and then we'll dig in.
Hi, I'm Bobby Silverstein. I'm the Legislative and Policy Counsel to the State Exchange on Employment and Disability. I'm the former Staff Director and Chief Counsel to the United States Senate Subcommittee on Disability Policy. And I was there in Congress when we passed the Americans with Disabilities Act and 20 other pieces of disability-related legislation, including multiple reauthorizations of the Rehabilitation Act and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act.
Great, thanks, Bobby. This is Josh, for the record, Josh Cunningham. Bobby and I work together along with various other policymaker membership organizations on a collaborative we call the State Exchange on Employment and Disability, or SEED. This ongoing initiative is, as mentioned, was funded by the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy. The goal of SEED is to foster a workforce that is more inclusive of people with disabilities through state and local policy. To do this, SEED engages policymakers in various ways. These include public testimonies, such as we're doing today, individualized policy research, for state legislators, legislative staff, state agencies, etc., We can provide gap analyses and customized policy development, pulling from experiences in other states, and connecting legislatures and policymakers with subject matter experts and federal agencies, advocates, business organizations, et cetera, from around the country. We proactively build resources on disability inclusive policy options, as well as developing those from using examples from other states. These resources are largely based on a framework developed in 2016 by a bipartisan national task force consisting of state legislators, state agency staff, as well as private sector stakeholders. The task force's Work Matters report identifies hundreds of state policies and examples falling into kind of 5 key themes that you see on the screen. The first of which is laying the groundwork, which includes establishing a state level commitment to disability inclusive employment. We'll be digging into this a little bit deeper in a few minutes. The other themes include preparing for work, getting to and accessing work opportunities, staying at work, and supporting self-employment and entrepreneurship. And the full Work Matters report is available on NCSL's website. Well, quickly before we turn, sorry, real quick, Bobby, SEED does track legislative actions in states related to the Work Matters policy framework on a monthly basis. And Bobby is going to talk to you about some of the guiding principles that really guide the work that we do. So Bobby, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. If I could take 30 seconds to summarize what we are not advocates. We provide policy assistance, describe policy options. So we're not here to advocate for any particular position. What we do is share what your colleagues around the country have been doing in terms of enhancing disability inclusive policy. Now, when the state and local policymakers came together to develop Work Matters, the first thing that was decided on was a set of principles to guide the development of the Work Matters framework. And the group rejected what we call the old paradigm of disability, which looks at people with disabilities as crippled, defective individuals who are totally dependent. We rejected that approach. We rejected the historic approach that looked at people with disabilities and as a menace to society, as responsible for many of the social ills that society experiences. This was what we call the old paradigm, malevolent and benevolent in nature, based on pity, based on paternalism, resulting in isolation, segregation, and denial of opportunity. Instead, there is a new paradigm that is recognized that says that disability is a natural and normal part of the human experience that in no way diminishes a person's right to fully participate in all aspects of society. And so the focus of the policy should be on fixing the physical and virtual environment and attitudinal biases. And the report is based on 4 goals of disability policy: equality of opportunity, treat people as individuals, not based on labels, provide effective and meaningful opportunity, which might be a reasonable accommodation for a person with a disability, have an outcome of independent living and economic self-sufficiency, and provide the necessary services and supports to make that happen. The next slide, please, Josh. So some of the themes of the Work Matters is to recognize that people with disabilities are underutilized in the workforce, that they can provide a valuable and unique contribution. And another key theme is the simple sentence that is kind of modeled on management theory, which is what gets measured and reported and has consequences gets done. So this was another key theme that we had. And the last one is universal design, which is basically the notion that when you design a building or a website or a new service or support, a new program, that you take into consideration the needs of the greatest number of folks so that the initial stages address the needs and you do not have to provide accommodations. Next slide, please. So Work Matters basically came up with 8 policy options based on discussions with staff. They asked us to focus on 4. State as a model employer, building the capacity of the private sector, interagency coordination and collaboration, and transportation. And so Josh, why don't you start with state as a model employer?
Great, thank you, Bobby. This is Josh Cunningham. As Bobby mentioned, we have been asked by the committee to talk to you about what we call state as a model employer. As with most states, the state of Nevada is one of the largest employers in the state. And because the state's own employment practices are largely outlined in statutes and regulations, the legislature has a greater ability to modify those employment practices than they do with the private sector. And so state legislatures can adopt policies that emphasize disability inclusive practices and state government employee. This can cover state government employee recruiting, hiring, accommodations, promotions, and retention. Nevada already has some model policies in place that we at SEED like to highlight when we're talking with other states. This includes the 700 hours program that connects eligible candidates with disabilities with temporary employment opportunities within state government. Nevada also has an interview requirement and hiring preference for veterans with disabilities who are applying for state job openings. Nevada also has an interview requirement. Last year, the state enacted Assembly Bill 365, establishing a process of evaluating policies designed to increase equity and diversity among marginalized populations, including those with disabilities. And also SB 222 was enacted last year, which requires each state agency to collaborate with minority groups, including the disability community, to ensure that programs and services are accessible and inclusive. These are just a few of the highlights that we noticed when we were looking through kind of existing programs in Nevada. These all align with the Work Matters policy framework as state as a model employer policies. There are some additional policy options outlined in the framework that you may be interested in exploring. And those are shown here on the slide. Just to highlight a few of these, the state can examine the strength of its training of hiring managers on disability inclusion and the unique challenges people with disabilities face in the workplace. Nevada can evaluate its process of providing reasonable workplace accommodations for state employees with disabilities. What does that process look like? What does a person with a disability have to go through if they are seeking an accommodation? SEED has found that a more centralized accommodations process is an effective way of ensuring workers are receiving the accommodations they need to succeed in their job. This approach can centralize accommodations expertise that will help identify affordable and effective accommodations, and can also centralize the financial cost of accommodations, particularly for smaller budget-strapped agencies. And lastly, with many jobs relying more and more on technology, Nevada can examine the software and hardware systems they utilize by state employees as well as by the public, both internal and external, to ensure that they are accessible to people with disabilities, and if not, make changes to improve their accessibility. So this is a quick run over of state as a model employer, and we'll take some questions at the end and can provide some additional follow-up. But I'm going to turn it back over to Bobby since we have limited time, and he's going to talk about a couple more policy areas that the committee said they were interested in. So Bobby, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great. So the next topic area is building the capacity of the private sector. You have a number of programs in your operated by the Vocational Rehabilitation Program, providing technical assistance to businesses, developing a pipeline. But one of the things that other states are doing is you have a lot of companies that contract with the state. They have developed affirmative action or strategic plans, diversity, equity, inclusion plans that require workforce analyses, goals, progress reports. So again, we have, if you're interested, we can share with you what your colleagues around the country are doing in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion, strategic plans that are required of government contractors. A number of states have developed work matters task forces to look at issues ranging from state as a model employer to engaging the private sector to disability-owned businesses. Next slide, please. Some states have developed tax incentives to increase the hiring of the provision of accessible technology and accommodations for people, and others tax credits for employing people with disabilities. So you've got these incentives and tax credits that some of your colleagues have done. And again, part of the issue is particularly small business, if they have to provide an interpreter or a reader or assistive technology, are there some credits that can be employed? And are there incentives for hiring people with disabilities? The next slide, please. Another topic area is the issue of interagency coordination, collaboration. In 2014, your governor issued an executive order establishing the governor's task force on integrated employment. Again, that was 2014. This is one of the efforts that a lot of states, almost all states except for one, called Employment First, which has the default, the presumption that priority is competitive integrated employment. In this executive order, there was a provision for a 3 and 5 and 10-year strategic plan. One of the questions is, have you folks, in terms of oversight, looked at that plan, those strategic plans? I downloaded it, and to see which of those policies have in fact been implemented, what might require legislative action rather than action by the executive committee. And interestingly enough, the topics that were included in the report pretty much parallel the topics that were included in Work Matters, ranging from state as a model employer, private sector, interagency coordination, transportation. Next slide, please. In 2019, you passed AB 456, which deletes the exemption for sub-minimum wage. Question is, have you done oversight and see implementation of that provision? There's a lot of states have actually enacted legislation creating Employment First. Some states have both an executive order and legislation. Some have only an executive order like Nevada, others have legislation. We at the SEED Project have developed a comprehensive policy brief called Evolution of State Policies facilitating competitive integrated employment for people with disabilities, which has links to every one of the state policies, whether it's an executive order or legislation in terms of employment first, as well as links to every state that has addressed the issue of sub-minimum wage for people with disabilities. So if you're interested in updating some of your policies, this policy brief might be helpful to you. Next slide, please. Here are some additional examples of what are included in employment first policies developed by other agencies having particular support for job coach programs, transportation, particularly for those matching transportation options for people with disabilities. And the other key thing is measuring progress. As I said, what gets measured and reported and has consequences gets done. One of the principles, a number of states have extensive reporting mechanisms to measure success. Josh?
Great. Thank you, Bobby. For the record, Josh Cunningham. The final policy area that we are going to be discussing kind of in a little bit of detail is around accessible transportation. Getting to and from work is regularly cited as one of the biggest barriers that people with disabilities face accessing employment. Accessible, affordable, and reliable transportation systems can help overcome this barrier. Convening a task force or working group that regularly evaluates transportation accessibility challenges can be an effective way to identify any necessary policy changes. States can also help ensure emerging transportation technologies such as autonomous vehicles and ride-hailing services are being designed and implemented with built-in accessibility features and processes. This includes accessible software and apps that allow riders with disabilities to participate in these emerging technologies in the same manner that those without disabilities can, particularly when we're talking about an economy that is moving to a place where it is more reliant on these technologies. If they are not made accessible by those with disabilities or by a significant portion of the people, then those individuals will be even further or even more marginalized from participating in that economy. Here are a few of the options, which I kind of went over some of these. If you're interested, we can share more resources. With limited time, we aren't able to dig into these too much. But I just want to reemphasize that these examples are that Bobby and I have been talking about are all based on existing policies in other states. And so we're happy to follow up with the committee with more details about how other states approach these issues. We can also develop some customized policy resources if you would be interested that you can share with your colleagues on these issues as well. And so with that, we thank you for the invitation today, and we look forward to working with this committee going forward. And we are happy to take any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you both very much for the presentation. Are there any questions from the committee members?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, not so much a question as much as maybe a comment. And I appreciate the overview and the work that's being done. One of the things that happens to us all too often, I think, and when we're doing policy, is we make policy based upon the people who already can do and not think about the people who want to do, but need just a little bridge to make sure that that happens. So thank you so much. And I've appreciated working with this committee. And now that I remember that SEED is around, I'll be calling on the services a lot more. I guess, and by way of maybe a question, and that would be, so within the military, it seems like it's a real closed system in terms of support, family support, et cetera. but often that's not translated for the people, the families who live off base, off post, who live out in the economy. So is there anything that's happening with respect to making sure that there is some type of informational connectivity between those persons in the military who would need these types of services, understand those types of services, and for those who, that are off base, but also connected to the military, but also working in and around the various communities which the service member might be stationed. I hope that hasn't been too convoluted.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm not familiar enough, I think, with those processes. And
I'm sorry, could you please state your name for the record?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. This is Josh Cunningham with NCSL. And Bobby, feel free if you have more information, but we're happy to look into that, and I can connect you with I have some colleagues that work more closely on military issues. But unfortunately, that's a little bit outside of the realm of what some of the work that we've been doing. But yes, happy to follow up with you and connect you with some folks who can give you a better answer to that.
No, thank you. Yeah, because one thing that I've noticed is a lot of the information that we have available to the civilian population is stovepiped, and it doesn't get out to the military. And because we don't have on-base housing for all military families, then that information gets lost, and people living in communities are kind of go hither, thither, and yon trying to find it. So it would be awesome if we could maybe connect the dots on that and make sure we're getting that information out to members of the military families and veterans for that matter.
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there any other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing there are no further questions, we will close this item of business and move on to our next item. We are going to skip a couple agenda items and move on to agenda item 10 due to some timing issues. So apologize for not letting everyone know in advance on that. So we'll be moving again to agenda item 10. Go down. It's the presentation on the Heroes to Education program to support teaching licenses for veterans and military spouses in Nevada. So we'll now have Dr. George Ann Rice, Chief Operating Officer of the Heroes to Education program, to present to the Heroes Education program to support teaching licenses for veterans and military spouses in Nevada. Dr. Rice, please proceed with your presentation when you are ready.
Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to this committee for letting me come and present Heroes to Education. Let's see. First of all, as we all know, there's a crisis in public education, not only in Nevada, but in all states. We have positions that are unfilled: teachers, IT, custodians, bus drivers, early retirements and job abandonment, the colleges of education declining enrollment. We know what happened because of the pandemic and so on. And we also know that when Blue Star Families does their annual survey, one of the top issues is employment for spouses of active duty personnel. Heroes to Education is a public-private partnership. We're reaching out to veterans, National Guard in each state, reservists, those leaving the service within 6 months and earlier if we can get to them, active duty or spouses of active duty personnel, and also to make all of the jobs in public education available to them, not limited to teaching, but also skilled trades and all of the jobs, which, as you know, are basically the same as in a city. And those who participants will have an array of support, not just a marketing, this is what's available in your area, but support in going through the process to get the training necessary, the certificates necessary, and then the support once they get on the job. There will not be a cost to participating states, districts, or personnel. Our leadership is under Lieutenant General David Oley. We have 8 retired military officers. We have 1 retired college president, human resources, and me. I am the K through 12 representative. All of them are on the East Coast. I'm the only one in the Pacific time zone. And as you may know, I live here in Las Vegas. I retired with 34 years of service to the Clark County School District. And my father was career military with 26 years in the active duty military. We are all volunteers. We have been working at this for 5.5 years, and we have not had a budget. So any out of pocket, we're truly out of pocket. And so that's very important. We're working with and have worked with troops to teachers in order to make sure nobody falls through the cracks. What we will be doing is recruiting of these heroes conducted by district representatives to identify jobs that go along either with their aspirations or with their current skill sets, the gaps between their knowledge and their requirements for the jobs. We will help make arrangements for them to fill in those gaps and to have mentors. One of the things that's very big is transition mentoring. When we brought together a group of current CCSD and LA Unified teachers who are veterans, we asked them, what kind of support do you wish you had had that you did not have as you made the transition from military into the school districts? And they said transitioning, helping us navigate the system. That's what we need before we need job training, help in transition. So we built that into the program. We are also working with the Interstate Compact for military licenses. The Department of Defense is working with the Council of State Governments in order to have interstate compacts for teacher licenses. And they have carved out a whole section for military spouses in ARL, something very similar to what our legislature passed in 2019 to make sure that those spouses who have to go from state to state to state do not have to continuously meet requirements of new states as they move from state to state. We are heading Heroes to Education, heading the passage, the strategy passage, because we cannot wait 2 to 3 years to have a majority of the states pass this legislation. And so we are heading that group in order to look out how can we get the information to the influencers so that state legislators around the country, legislators around the country will know why this is so important. On the national front, we have presented to the White House Domestic Policy Council a presentation of who we are. Basically, it's this presentation, but it's video as well as this. And we are looking for a presidential executive order. And the reason for that is we need to get started and be funded right away. And then step 2 is congressional legislation. We have people that we have briefed on the Senate side of the federal government and also on the House side that are ready to go as soon as we have the nod from the White House. This is what I just said. We have presented to the White House Domestic Policy Council to joining forces. We have total support, Senator Spearman, from the VA. We have the secretary, the deputy secretary, and now the undersecretary for benefits. And they have designated people within that head departments to work with us in a memorandum of agreement that they support us and that this is what they will do for us. And so that's very important. Senators Manchin, Scott, Duckworth, Ernst, Tester, Daines, and Representatives Turner and Luria have been briefed along with many others to make sure we have the support. We've also briefed the leadership of the Veteran Services organizations. We are creating models in California, Florida, and Nevada. And you may wonder, why Nevada? But California and Florida, why those particular states? When we first presented this idea to the Council of Great City Schools HR directors, making up the 77 largest districts in the country, California, Los Angeles, San Diego, Miami-Dade stood up and said, if we don't go along and support this effort, we are missing a great opportunity. And they have been with us this entire 5.5 years. And so those are the states in which we are building prototypes so that when we get the green light, we know what to do first, what to do second, and so on. And just quickly, these are the districts within the states that are helping us build the models. You all have a copy of this presentation. We also have advisory groups because you cannot come up with a plan and hand it down. What you must do is involve those who will be the benefactors of the work, as well as those who will administer the work. So we have a advisory group of military spouses for school safety, for transition mentoring, for induction and teacher leadership, and alternative route. I'll show you in just a minute, and I sent this morning, if any of you are interested, the Nevada prototype. These are the outreach agencies, state departments of Veterans Services. Those are the ones that we can reach out to, people who are leaving the service, moving to your particular state. We can make them aware of jobs that are available in public education. The state departments of employment, the workforce development boards. I had no idea. California has 48 of these workforce development boards. Of course, we have, being much smaller too. Florida has 30 something of these boards. State departments of education, every city and county government, Las Vegas, Henderson, Boulder City, North Las Vegas, the county of Clark, are willing to put openings on their websites and to include in their representatives' newsletters information about jobs that are available. The state National Guards, Work for Warriors, ESGR. I'm working with a person in ESGR in California, who, by the way, is living now in Las Vegas. And he has made an agreement and is trying out where if a school district will say, we have this very unique position and we can't seem to locate anyone for it, he will take the job description, convert it into DD 214 language, and take it to all the reserve and guard units to see if there are people that fit that are looking for jobs. We're also working with the state and the commissioner for the Interstate Compact for Military Children, and Soldier for Life has become a very, very important part of this work. We're working also to have access at Nellis and at Creech, access to the Military and Family Readiness Center, to local military spouse professional networks, to their education offices for SkillBridge. We already have the Air Force's SkillBridge online. And on Friday, I talked to the head of the Army SkillBridge, which is really exciting. Last week, I talked to the CEO or the president of the board of directors for the Army's TAP program in order to get them involved. This is all reach out to make these jobs available, then to help them secure the jobs within the school districts. What we want to do, for example, if someone is stationed at Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma, they plan to get out of the service within 6 months. We want to connect them with the Nevada representative, because what if they want to go home to Winnemucca? Who's going to help them in order to make that transition, unless while they're at Tinker, we connect them with the Nevada assets that we have. Chambers of Commerce have been very important with their MAC committees, Blue Star Families and Student Vets of America. And then we have, different locations, community groups like in Nevada, Goodwill, in Florida, Mission United, education credit unions. Silver State Schools Credit Union has helped us immeasurably, and we're going to be going after the defense-related credit unions such as Navy Federal. We've reached out in Florida, the Southern Command, for all of the military installations that come under the Southern Command. I told you about Soldier for Life, the Army's Partnership for Youth Success, PAYS program, as well as the Army Reserve units. We're working very closely with them in each of our states. And then we have the national associations that are working with us. And so what will happen, as soon we will have in each state a state director And on military installations, a recruiter, a counselor, and a placement assistance person. In states like California or Florida or Virginia or Texas that have multiple installations, they will have more than one of these teams that will become partners for the school districts within those teams. That's why the models are so important. How do you go about that? What are those departments? What are those groups that can help you? And then there will be, as I explained before, on the military installations, and we will give personalized service. And then the transition, we don't want to just say, okay, here's the job, we're done with you, move on. We want to make sure that we have training available so that they can grow within that job. If you have someone who wants to be a teacher but does not have a degree yet, they can become a paraprofessional or their current skill set area. And then what they can do is work in that job, build seniority, and at the same time being prepared for the ultimate career goal that they have. I want to show you one more, and let me see if I can do this seamlessly. I hope that appeared. This is the Nevada prototype, and you can see within Nevada, and I provided this just this morning to your staff, and within
We do not see this slide. Dr. Rice, we do not see this slide.
Okay, let me wait a few minutes. I was warned if I put it up too quickly, it wouldn't show.
Yeah, I can see it over the internet.
Let me see. Doop. Okay. Doop. Do you see it now?
Yes, we see it now.
Okay.
Sort
so
of. It's a little small.
Okay. Let's see. How do I do that? Well, you have this available to you. They can make copies for you, but you can see within Nevada, I have state government and the entities within Nevada that are, state government, and then every single entity, community groups that we've identified so far. What I'd like to ask of you is, number one, if you look at this and you say, oh, they've forgotten, or here's a whole group that's just concerned with veterans or National Guard or spouses, if you would let me know that entity's contact information so that we can bring them in. We've developed this very same thing for Florida and California, and we'll be doing it in all of the states as soon as we are approved. I am open for questions.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Do we have any questions from the committee members?
I have one more thing, if I might. The Department of Education has announced on the Reciprocity Interstate Compact for Reciprocity Agreement for Teacher Licensure, the Interstate Compact. They want to be the first in the nation to approve it. And so that will go through. They are looking for a sponsor in the a senator for education that would sponsor it to go through that committee, because it has to do with certification, licensure, and so on. But Nevada has announced during a nationwide webinar that they plan to be the very first. And I was very proud of that announcement. I can tell you every one of those advisory committees that we have, I always make sure there is Nevada representation. I want us to have credit for the things that we are doing and recognized nationally for these things. And so that's the extra thing I wanted to throw in.
Well, thank you for sharing. That is very exciting. Again, do we have any questions from committee? Doesn't seem like any in Las Vegas. Senator Spearman, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have one, well, just a couple. 2019, I think it was, we passed the National Guard Youth Challenge. I want to say it was Senate Bill 295 or something like that, for the school that's going to open up in Elko. So the question then would be, because of the nature of the school, it's for students for whom education is a priority, just the way it's delivered is not, if that makes sense. So they don't get in trouble. It's just they need a different way of learning. So have you given any type of consideration in terms of staffing that school? That would be number one. And then I think you might have answered the other one, but when we talk about Nellis and Creech and up in Fallon, one of the things that I don't know that we do a lot, you mentioned it, but also the National Guard. And this is full-time Guard, because you do have those that, you know, do the drills once a month or whatever, but those who are full-time Guard and those who are members of the individual ready reserves, because they're not a part of a unit per se, but they are attached to units as units, personnel strength fall below what it should be. And these are the people that kind of fill in to fill up, if you will. So all of the branches of the military and all aspects thereof, National Guard, USAR, IRR, making sure that they're all a part of it. The second thing that I would ask would be, and I've been talking about this, I don't know, forever, and that is military spouses.
Yes,
When we serve, our families serve,
that's right.
we get the recognition at retirement, and they get a thank you card and some roses. But for the most part, it doesn't do anything for what they have, to show our appreciation for what they put in, their sacrifice. So I'm thinking about how can we use this, the issues about reciprocity, to begin to move Congress towards establishing a federal retirement system.
Yes.
Because it's not just when they go someplace they have to learn or they have to take additional courses or whatever, you know, for certification, but it's they're never there long enough to establish any type of retirement. So how can we use this? Can this become a part of the discussions, the ongoing discussions that you're having, and maybe bumping it up to Dr. Jill Biden? I know she has a great concern for military families and for education. But at some point in time, we have to do this because we have military spouses who are, you know, flipping from one place to Tinker, you know, then they go to Fort Hood, and then from Fort Hood, they go to Fort, you know, Joint Base Washington or wherever, and they never get a chance to retire. So can we integrate this with that? And I'll stop there. I'm on a soapbox now. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. Thank you.
In response to, this is Dr. Rice, in response to Senator Spearman's question, we're working with a school that the military, it's called, oh my gosh, it's slipped my mind, but the Military Institute in Oakland. And they have this very same thing.
We modeled it after that.
Okay, well, we are working with them. We are working just in Southern California because I'm the one-man staff that's working in the field. And so I thought I'm going to get the low-hanging fruit. And they contacted me and said, can we be part of this? And I said, well, we weren't looking at charter schools right now. Public charters in the future, definitely. But we're not doing charters right now. And then they said, well, let us tell you who's on our board. The head of the National Guard. The person who's the chair of the Governor's Military Advisory Council, and also former Governor Jerry Brown. Can we be part of this? And so I said, welcome. So we're having to expand to Northern California just to accommodate them. So we are working with them, and whatever lessons we learn with them, we'll be able to transfer over to ELCO. Number two, with the National Guard, I can tell you that the National Guard has been so far our go-to agency in all 3 states. I can tell you that the National Guard, they call it the outreach. Here we call it Work for Warriors. In California, they call it Work for Warriors. Florida, they call it Careers or something else. But they will publish every single week openings in school districts. I mean, and get it out to their people. And the agencies in California and Florida also have on their databases not only National Guard and Reserve, but also have just the veterans separately. As far as the readiness, we have been in contact with the 63rd Readiness Division out of California that covers Nevada. And so we've made them part of this and aware of what we are trying to do. With military spouses, That's one of the things that as soon as we are recognized nationally, because we're still out here in Never Never Land, but as soon as we are recognized nationally, that is one of our top priorities. And I believe that it can be fixed with the military spouse retirement. If you have the DODEA schools and you have a federal government retirement for them, why can't you include spouses of active duty personnel within that plan? And I think once we get all of our states and our agencies and so on involved in this, we can reach out and make the case in Congress, because we will have community groups and veterans groups and state groups and so on that will say this must be fixed. And I think that's one of the things with teacher licensure. General Ole, who is our leader, his wife has 6 or 7 state certificates. Every time he moved, received orders to that the family was to go, she had to start all over with her career. That's why the law that was passed by our legislature in 2019 was so important, to say that if you come, number one, you're going to get top priority and not go at the bottom of a pile. And number two, if you're in the middle of an ARL program, getting that professional experience you need, we will pick up where the other state left off, so you don't have to start all over again. So those are the things. And yes, I think retirement has to be a top priority once we get this outreach established. And it seems to be a no-brainer, because you already have the federal system set up, and you just have to put spouses of active duty personnel within that system. And by the way, General Ole's wife has no retirement after 30-something years. I think I covered, Jill Biden, we haven't been able to get to Jill Biden, but we're still trying.
Well, thank you again, Dr. Rice. You actually answered my question regarding whether this was just targeting public schools, or if charter and public or private were included with that. So it sounds like you're just targeting public schools currently. Is that correct?
Public schools currently, but if, charter schools, public charter schools will be included, no doubt about it.
Okay, last call for any questions on committee. Seeing none, thank you again very much for your presentation. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you. And I'll keep you informed of all of our progress.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Oh, now we'll go back to agenda item number 6, the presentation from the Nevada Health Workforce Research Center, Office of Statewide Initiatives, University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine, on the healthcare workforce trends and policy in Nevada. We will have a presentation from Dr. John Packham with Nevada Health Workforce Research Center. Dr. Packham, please proceed when you are ready.
All right, and thank you for, can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. My name is John Packham. I'm Associate Dean for the Office of Statewide Initiatives. I'm also co-director of the Nevada Health Workforce Research Center. Both are located at the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. I really appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit of our work and kind of the direction I'd like to go in the brief amount of time this morning is to quickly highlight some of what I believe will be driving demand for healthcare in Nevada over the next decade, as well as some unique features of supply of health workers in Nevada, including some pretty enduring shortages in some critical fields. But I'm going to conclude with some discussion of some policy measures. We have plenty of well-vetted policy measures and strategies that we can undertake as a state. To piggyback on that last presentation we heard, one thing I hope the legislature takes a closer look at in 2023 than they did in 2021 is a nursing licensure compact. Just as there are compacts for military spouses and others to take advantage of employment opportunities and education, there are also in nursing and a number of other fields. We are a party to 4 of 9 health-related compacts in Nevada. Nursing is not one of them. Next slide, please. I'm going to share a little bit of information from some resources that are contained on my office's website, and just highlighting a couple here. The document on the far right is also available in hard copy to any individual who's interested in receiving them. And I believe my contact information will be at the conclusion of this slide. But a lot of the workforce data and information I'm sharing with you today can readily be found on these web locations. Next slide, please. To begin with, I just want to quickly point out what is driving current and projected demand for healthcare in Nevada. I think that we had the mother of all disruptions with the pandemic, but I think we are slowly returning back to some of what has been driving unprecedented workforce demand in our state. At the top of the list are demographic trends, most notably population growth and aging. I'd also point out that we are becoming a more diverse state. And so when I look to and think of policy solutions to increase the overall supply of health workers in Nevada, I'd also want to point out we need to double down on efforts to make sure that that workforce is diverse and reflects the communities they serve. Additional drivers are insurance related, particularly those associated with the Affordable Care Act and the Medicaid expansion in our state. And I've listed a couple of others there and can go into additional detail if the committee would like that. Next slide. I mentioned the pandemic, and I think one of the big issues that we'll need to keep our eye on as a state are a couple of things. Do we embrace some of the changes to healthcare and other areas of our economy, like keeping a reimbursement for telehealth that was permitted during the public health emergency? Are people leaving professions, as you read anecdotally about in the newspapers and so forth? I'm optimistic that there is a lot of shuffling between jobs, and that nurses, for example, aren't bailing out of nursing as to what you might read in the papers. They're just changing jobs. They're taking opportunities to become traveling nurses and increase pay and so forth. But again, where we are now is slowly turning our back on the pandemic. The pandemic is still with us, but think that there will be impacts that we will be dealing with from a workforce perspective for a long time. Next slide. And here, just for your information, is kind of what I've argued in the past, that green line is employment in Nevada in healthcare. It's been relatively steady. I would argue it's been recession resistant, if not recession proof, for most of the time I've been looking at this data. Next slide. And that includes the great pandemic. That top line in the graph there is employment in hospitality and casino world. And I don't know that that is those employment levels. They cratered, of course, in March and April of 2020, slowly returning to that figure of about 280,000 at the close of last year. But I don't know that we will see sectors such as hospitality return to that pre-pandemic level. If you look at the green line, in contrast, healthcare is another matter. And I think we're just recently returned to that pre-pandemic level, but we didn't drop like other parts of the economy, like construction, like retail trade, and like hospitality. Next slide. So we think about demand, just sharing this picture, the two pictures on the left side of this slide, recently completed new hospital construction up here in Reno, the Northern Nevada Sierra Center, as well as an outpatient orthopedic clinic, as well as I've got some sketches of hospitals in construction in Southern Nevada. So while we may have some concern about whether demand will return to pre-pandemic levels. All of the available evidence literally on the ground in every corner of the state shows at least industry is preparing for substantial, robust demand over the next decade. Next slide. When I look at health workforce supply, of course, shortages leap out at the top of my list. I'm going to share a little bit of data on that in the following slides. I'd also want to point out kind of a good news, bad news story, and that is we continue to see a steady growth in licensed health professionals in medicine, nursing, other fields, and so forth. But when you adjust that data, particularly for Southern Nevada, what we see is kind of a treading water in terms of per capita growth of licensees. Other trends that we need to keep our eye on is that we have an aging health workforce that's serving an aging population. So just as we are a state that attracts retirees or those approaching retirement and are slowly aging statewide demographically, we also have an aging workforce that will be retiring out in greater numbers over the next 5 to 10 years. I'll also just point out geographic and diversity mismatches or maldistribution of health professionals, particularly when we look at numbers in urban versus rural parts of the state. Next slide. Just a real quick note in this presentation, when I speak of shortages, I'm typically talking about a situation in which the demand for a professional is greater than the supply. Psychiatrists and pediatricians are good examples. But I'd also want to point out that even if we're not sure whether demand exceeds supply, in most cases, there is certainly plenty of need, whether there is enough workers or not. And demand is more of an economist or an econometric type of concept that simply says what the market is willing to pay exceeds the supply of available workers. And so just that little footnote before I get into some of those shortages. Next slide. In the next 6 slides, I'm going to quickly walk you through kind of what primary care, oral health, and mental health shortages look like in Nevada. This is a map that we update pretty continuously that looks at shortage areas that are federally designated by the Health Resources and Services Administration. And so when I talk about a primary care HPSA, these are, again, federal designations that illuminate shortages. They're also very critical for our state in terms of programs that are tied to shortage designations, such as reimbursement for rural health clinics and critical access hospitals or loan repayment programs. What this figure highlights is that about 2/3, actually a little over 2/3 of the state, reside in one of those light blue or dark blue health shortage areas. The darker the shading, the worse the shortage area. Importantly, when we look at geographic disparities in workforce, 10 of our state's 14 rural counties, the entire county are single county HPSAs. Next slide. Related data from a recent release of data from the National 2022 County Health Rankings and Roadmaps. I include this slide to just highlight kind of county level differences. In some cases, they're quite striking. If you look at Pershing County, for example, they have approximately 6,700 residents for every single primary care doc. A little bit better in urban areas by contrast, but I would point out in this and other slides that most counties in the state exceed our U.S. average of population to primary care docs, in this case, 1,300 nationally, 1,700 residents in Nevada, and then again, a lot well above that line. Next slide. Similar story with respect to dental workforce shortages. Roughly 3 in 5 Nevadans live in a dental shortage area. More importantly, 11 of 14 rural and frontier counties or single dental HIPSAs. Next slide. As was the case with primary care docs, again, we see a lot of geographic variation in these population to dentist ratios. I would argue that they're even more striking in rural areas than was the case with primary care docs. And again, most counties in Nevada are well above the U.S. average of 1,400 residents per provider, in this case, dentists. Next slide. I saved the worst for last. This is mental health workforce shortages in the state. Essentially, the entire state resides in a mental HIPSA. There's a few areas of northern Nevada, particularly more affluent communities in the southern part of the county, where we don't see those shortages, but essentially 95% of the state resides in a mental HIPSA. This is one that focuses exclusively on psychiatrists. There are, for all intents and purposes, no psychiatrists practicing in rural areas. I'll get to that in a minute. But if we look at this, 16 of our state's counties, including Clark County, are an entire county mental health professional shortage areas. I'll conclude with the next slide on the topic of shortages. Next slide, please. Thank you. This one I think is important. Again, part of that county health rankings release that I wanted to share with you is that this doesn't focus exclusively on psychiatrists. It looks at psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, marriage and family therapists, as well as counselors and licensed clinical social workers who provide mental health services. I think this provides a more nuanced view in that if we were just looking at psychiatrists, there would not be any bars in those rural areas, as the case with Eureka County. But what we do see are other mental and behavioral health providers filling those gaps and playing those roles in very important ways in our rural counties. Next slide. I will conclude my discussion of averages. In presentations past, I've talked about our state's poor rankings, whether it's physicians, 46th in the country in physicians per capita, or 48th or 49th for registered nurses. I'd like to just kind of leave you with a couple of factoids here. And I think we should strive to be more than above average. But if we look at what it would take right now in Nevada to meet national averages or national metrics on population to providers, we would need an additional 2,100 physicians. We'd need an additional, it's a staggering number, but we would need close to 4,400 additional registered nurses just to meet that average. We're doing better in some fields, such as dentistry and pharmacists. That pharmacist number, it's still a staggering number that we need to at least fall in the middle of the pack. But we've made improvements. It matters if you have a pharmacy school in the state, which we now do in Southern Nevada. Next slide. Now, this and the subsequent three slides are what I hope that you take away from this, and that is we have shortages, we have health workforce deficits that touch upon a lot of the work of this particular committee and the work of the legislature, but we have some, again, well-vetted strategies. And I would want you to be thinking about this in the following slides in the following terms, and that is, there's not a single solution to addressing workforce shortages. However, I feel optimism in that we have a variety of tools in the toolkit to address those. At the top of my list, and I think there's no substitute for this, is the need to increase both the number and diversity of healthcare education graduates. This means healthcare, and I would argue public healthcare programs is the best strategy to attract students and residents from Nevada, train them in Nevada, and prepare them for licensure in our state. We see this in medicine. We see this in public nursing programs. The public nursing programs in Nevada keep upwards of 90% of their grads. They're doing exactly what they need to do. Those programs need to be increased. There are also strategies that I'm going to point to that include stretching the existing healthcare workforce through a variety of means. Telehealth is a good example of something that we can do as a state. I've spoken with providers, particularly in behavioral health outside of Nevada, that would like to continue what they started during the pandemic, and that is provide services to Nevada residents. Those agreements, however, are temporary and will expire with the public health emergency. So stretching the workforce is, again, something we need to pay attention to. The final category, I stole this line from Hamilton, is to beg, steal, borrow, and barter workers from other states. What we had to do out of necessity in Nevada, like a lot of other states, which use traveling nurses, provide expedited licensure for individuals who wanted to come to Nevada or provide services through telehealth. I think they complement other efforts, but again, at the top of my list will be our need to grow our own. And in some cases, start new programs. There's a Chinese proverb that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is right now or today. And I think we can still build on what we've already accomplished. Next slide. I promise I'm not going to go through every bullet on this, but when I talk about grow your own strategies, here are some examples. I couple that with strategies such as loan repayment programs or scholarship programs that can be used. But at the top of my list is the need to expand publicly supported healthcare programs, and that's above and beyond medicine, where I call my home nursing, allied health, and other areas. Next slide. Here are some examples of how we can stretch the workforce. I mentioned earlier telehealth applications and so forth. I would also add some of the other items on this list. One of the things that happened in nursing and inpatient hospital care in Nevada during the pandemic is hospitals went back to team-based models where we didn't have the luxury of providing the right number of nurses, or we didn't have the allied health in those inpatient settings. So we went back to team-based models, which again stretched what was available at a time of severe shortages in most corners of the state. Final slide. Here's some examples of the beg, steal, borrow, and barter bucket, if you will. What we did during the pandemic is the governor's Directive 11 helped create the Battle-Born Medical Corps. We also have reserve medical corps in our big urban counties and kind of a statewide. But a lot of the measures here, and it's not to be dismissive of them, are typically efforts to lure or get individuals licensed in other states to practice and resettle here. But again, these are important and necessary parts of complementing what I've mentioned in the preceding slides. One last plug for licensure compacts, because again, that discussion in the previous presentation about a Heroes to Education program, we need to do a Heroes to Healthcare as well. I suspect there are a lot of active duty military and those approaching retirement that have a spouse with a nursing license or another type of healthcare license, and we need to have all hands on deck in approaching this. In conclusion, next slide. Promise to leave you with a couple of good news stories. The first is GME. The red arrow there is the first installment of then Governor Sandoval's GME task force and the funds that have been distributed to teaching hospitals and schools of medicine across the state for the past 6 or 7 years. And those grants delivered on what they were promised to do, and that is increase the number of physicians trained in residency and fellowship programs in the state, And I would argue that a pretty complementary a proportion of them over time, usually about 50 to 60%, have remained in the state to practice. Good story number one. Next slide. Another really important measure of success in Nevada has been our ability to attract and keep both nurse practitioners and physician assistants. It's hard to imagine in Nevada right now what our primary care shortages and needs would be like if we did not have this pretty substantial influx of nurse practitioners into Nevada. We've also had existing PA program in Southern Nevada and a relatively new one in Northern Nevada. But if you look at that blue line there, we have about tripled the number of nurse practitioners now licensed and practicing in Nevada versus a decade ago, and we've more than doubled the per capita numbers. So this is a great story that I think we can model and apply to other areas that had nothing more to do than a change in licensure. Final slide. Full disclosure, this is a program that my office oversees, but this small and but mighty program has done a great job of providing loan repayment or loan forgiveness to not only physicians and nurses, but a wide range of health professionals who, in exchange for that loan repayment, agreed to practice in medically underserved areas. So it's kind of a win-win strategy. More importantly, once those individuals have completed their service obligations, we're keeping about 7 in 10 practicing in the state of Nevada. So great strategy to complement other policy measures that I mentioned in previous slides. Would want to point out that young woman in the picture in that slide is a nurse practitioner in Lovelock, Nevada, with a specialty in psychiatric nurse practice and that type of care. They went from 0 to 1 behavioral health provider in that community. And I point this out as really important in that they still have plenty of unmet behavioral health needs, but a strategy for small communities that will never attract a clinical psychologist or psychiatrist is, again, a use of what we have now, and that is psych, mental health, and nurse practitioner programs in both North and South, and individuals interested in serving in those communities. Final slide, I promise. Just want to leave you with a link to some of the recent work of my office, the Nevada Health Workforce Research Center, and reports that I think will help inform your work and the work of the legislature as we approach the 2023 session. I would also add, not on this list, is a really recent project of my office. We are coordinating with nursing education programs, a Northern Nevada Nursing Summit on July 13th. I'd be happy to provide the committee and anybody taking part in today's committee meeting, just reach out to me if you need additional information. And with that, happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Packham. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Spearman, do you have any questions? You're not showing up on our screen. Not hearing anything from
I didn't have
senators.
any questions other than thank you, Dr. Packham. And one of the things that I think we probably need to do better as a state, and that is look at the licensing time frame for many of the positions, because so often what I hear from people who are trying to come into the state is that either the timing is protracted, or some of the things that are required, that some of the boards require for healthcare professionals, ME, that sort of thing, are so cumbersome that they decide just to go someplace else. And I don't think it's a matter of protecting the public safety as much as it probably is just antiquated processes. Just a few comments there.
Dr. Packham, I actually have a quick question. I'm sorry, did you have? Oh, okay. I was going back to the slides and specifically the ratio of population to primary care physicians, where the U.S. average is a little over 1,300 and Nevada average a little over 1,700. But even looking at that U.S. average, is that where we should be as a country on that range? Seems like a lot of times when I hear from professional organizations that their staff to patient or staff to student ratios, they're always less than what the averages are. So could you talk a little bit about what the averages should be versus what they are?
Yeah, and I'm happy to provide that. Again, John Packett for the record. I'd want to be real careful because I think without dodging your question, there's a more nuanced answer, and that is that's only looking at primary care physicians. It's often the case if you go, for example, into a federally qualified health center or a rural healthcare clinic in rural Nevada, you're probably going to see a nurse practitioner or a PA most, if not all of the time. So with that said, though, what I like to think of with that putting that U.S. average is that would be a nice aspirational target for our state, and that is if currently as a state we are now just eyeballing this about twice that rate. If we set the goal to have 1,400 Nevadans per primary care doc by say 2025 or 2030, that at least gives us something to move toward. I would also argue and point that, and I want to be really careful, is that in many instances we have healthcare and behavioral health needs that exceed any reasonable definition of what the need is compared to the U.S. So we probably need more than that average number. But I think it gives policymakers such as yourself a means of setting a target and then thinking about how do we get to that target, or how do we approach or improve on that number.
Thank you. And continue with that conversation just a little bit. I realize borrowing and stealing from other states, they're also short, in many cases, these healthcare professionals as well. So I like the idea of growing our own. But what are your thoughts or any recommendations on growing someone that's already in the profession? So taking someone who might have just their RN or BSN and making them an APRN, or a physician assistant, making them a doctor. What kind of a process would you recommend that might look like, so that we're not starting from scratch?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Again, John Packham for the record. We already have some of those in progress, and I would point out the work both in Southern Nevada, Reno, and Elko. We have an area health education centers program that strives to do a couple of things, and that is strategies to get kids interested in talking about healthcare careers, I would say as early as middle and high school. But more importantly, the work of the AHECS has shifted to what they refer to as interprofessional education. So working in team-based care, but also thinking about career ladders. That young woman I showed on the slide, who's a loan recipient now practicing in Lovelock, Nevada, started out as a nursing assistant in that hospital. She quickly moved up and decided she would pursue her RN degree, which led to her pursuing an online master's degree and then getting her certificate to practice in psychiatric behavioral health from a nurse practitioner's perspective. But I think it's important that in that journey, or that career ladder, as it was in her case, she always had one foot in healthcare from a very, as a young adult, and that having that foot in healthcare and an organization such as the hospital and others that were attentive to the fact that they have other needs requiring much more advanced education and so forth, that's one strategy that I think is dynamite for rural areas, and that is you have students, you have residents that would like careers in healthcare, but they want to make more than $12 an hour or $13, whatever a nursing assistant makes, and stay in the community. I would say there's short answers. There's some of that work already in place.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, because I was not aware of that program. So I will definitely be.
Well, and
looking into that.
one other thing that is getting a lot of attention right now are partnerships between higher education institutions and largely hospitals right now to foster apprenticeship programs. I think one thing I'd personally like to see disappear are unpaid internships. So with the idea of apprenticeship models are you get paid while you're learning how to become a nurse or a medical assistant and so forth. And I think those will go a long way to attracting students compared to the way that we've done that for the past generation.
Thank you very much. Seeing that there are no additional questions, we'll close this
Madam Chair?
item of business. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Spearman, did you have a question?
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I just had a brief comment. Last session, I think it was Assemblyman Ellison had a bill that would allow students in high school to take various courses and then at the completion move into some type of an apprenticeship program. And I'm wondering if that model is something that could be that could accommodate the question that the chairwoman just asked in terms of growing someone who's already there. If that's a possibility. And I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact bill number. I know it came before Commerce and Labor, but students in high school, I think starting off their sophomore year, they could start taking it and maybe even looking at some type of combination between that and students who are in high school and who are taking college courses concurrently.
Short answer is anything we can do as a state to shorten the time span between when that individual begins their educational journey and when they become licensed and practicing in Nevada, we need to give serious consideration. School of Medicine has a program that accelerates the undergraduate component by allowing folks interested in attending medical school to begin some of that work as early as their junior and senior year. And again, shortening the time frame between they begin and get their degree and become prepared for licensure.
Okay, I'll double check one more time. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you again, Dr. Packman. We really appreciate you being here. And with that, we'll close agenda item number 6. That was 6, right? Yes, 6. And now we'll move on to agenda item number 7. I apologize. We have a little creepy guy that's crawling around on our floor down here in Las Vegas. So we have agenda item number 7, a presentation on adult guardianship and the Protected Persons Bill of Rights. He got away. That's okay. Appreciate you trying to get him. We have our presenters, Jonathan Norman with the Nevada Coalition of Legal Service Providers and Deborah Brookout, who attempted to kill our little friend with the Legal Aid Service Center of Southern Nevada. Please feel free to begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Jonathan Norman. I'm the statewide Advocacy, Outreach, and Policy Director for the Nevada Coalition of Legal Service Providers. I'm joined by Deborah Brookout, who is the Directing Attorney for the Adult Guardianship Program at the Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada. So the coalition is made up of Northern Nevada Legal Services, which is Washoe Legal Services. I think they're going through a name change. Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada, the Senior Law Program in Clark County, and then the Volunteer Attorneys of Rural Nevada. And between those organizations, we have around 20 attorneys who are doing full-time direct representation of protected persons and proposed protected persons. This amounts to the representation of thousands of Nevada's most vulnerable citizens every year. In 2017, there was a major shift in guardianship and the adoption of the Protected Persons Bill of Rights. And the Protected Persons Bill of Rights, I like to think of it as protecting the freedom of people who need a guardianship as much as is possible given their situation. It provided those proposed protected persons counsel and the ability to get accurate information. In looking at the guardianship statute, there was a lot of change in 2017 that was all positive, and now there's just some tweaks that I think could make the statute even better for our people who need guardianships in our state. And so we've identified 9 things, and I like to lump them into 3 categories. One maximizes the freedom of the protected person and proposed protected persons before guardianship, during guardianship, and those seeking to end the guardianship. And then the other big category is protecting the life savings of the protected person and creating accountability when it does need to be spent. And then the third category is just a minor tweak to what's required in the petition. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Bookout, and I apologize, I will try to keep up with her on the PowerPoint.
My name is Deborah Bookout, and as Jonathan mentioned, I'm the directing attorney for the Guardianship Advocacy Program at Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada. I've been representing adults in guardianship since 2014, when our office accepted our first referral from the Long-Term Care Ombudsman's Office. Later, I sat on the original Supreme Court Commission to study the creation and administration of guardianships in Nevada, which recommended several changes to the guardianship statutes and ultimately led to the reforms of 2017. Since January of 2018, Legal Aid Center has been appointed to represent every single vulnerable adult in guardianship in Clark County. The court appoints legal aid on an average of 75 new adult guardianship cases each month. Currently, our program consists of 14 attorneys, including myself, and we represent well over 2,000 adult protected persons in guardianship in Clark County. Over these last few years, we have become the experts in guardianship, and we have seen firsthand the positive impact of the 2017 legislative reforms, the impact that those reforms have had on the lives of our clients. But we have also learned where the changes still need to be made. And so this presentation, we will address several provisions in guardianship that we think are not quite living up to the protections outlined in the Bill of Rights, and with the revisions we think that they can do so. So the Nevada Supreme Court created the Commission to Study Guardianship. That was created in 2015, and the Commission sat until late 2016 when it issued its final report in September of 2016. The report recommended numerous guardianship statutory reforms, policy statements, and other suggested rules. The most significant legislative reforms stemming from the Commission's report would be the mandatory appointment to every person facing guardianship, a counsel for every person facing guardianship. But also a significant change is the enactment of the Protected Persons Bill of Rights. But also critically important in that report was the philosophical shift in viewing guardianship. The Commission The Commission's report recommended moving away from viewing guardianship as paternalistic and focusing on person-centered guardianship. The principles outlined in the Protected Persons Bill of Rights that the 2017 legislature enacted detail the rights that a vulnerable person in guardianship retains throughout the life of a guardianship. The right to be independent, the right to certain freedoms, the right to be treated with dignity, the right to autonomy in decision-making regarding how their money is spent, where they live, who they interact with, the right to have their wishes and preferences considered when decisions about those things are made. So our proposed revisions that we're going to talk about in the presentation are guided by those principles of the Bill of Rights. So while we do not see a lot of temporary guardianships we do not see a lot of these happening, the impact of a temporary guardianship can be extraordinarily devastating to a protected person. Currently, a person seeking a temporary guardianship does not have to specify the risk or medical treatment that the proposed protected person faces, nor do they have to adhere to the notice requirements, the general notice requirements. We think that the guardianship should have to specify exactly what risk the protected person is facing or what medical treatment is required, and that the court should limit any order granting a temporary guardianship to the authority to address those specific needs. When those protections aren't there, a temporary guardian's actions can cause irrevocable harm to a protected person, and we've seen those harms. For example, we had a case in which the petitioner alleged only that the proposed protected person needed medical treatment. The court granted the temporary guardianship, and the order gave the temporary guardian broad authority to act. Before we could speak to our new client, before we could talk to family or medical providers or friends, the temporary guardian had already ordered the removal of life support treatment or life supporting treatment, and the proposed protected person died. So we had no opportunity to explore whether this was what the protected person would have wanted. And the court had no idea, no information, and did not hear from the protected person about what their wishes were. Therefore, our client had no voice in the decision to end her life. Another example is a case in which the granddaughter filed a temporary petition over her grandfather, alleging that he was being financially exploited. The court granted the temporary guardianship, and again, granted broad authority for the temporary guardian to act. The granddaughter went to the bank, drained her grandfather's accounts, and we never heard from her again. Had the court been required, had the court limited the order in that case to blocking the accounts to protect her grandfather, this wouldn't have happened. So the court should be required to limit the authority that a temporary guardian seeks to that need, but also the petitioner must specifically identify what that need is. Next. So the issue of visitation and communication was a very important topic during the original commission hearings. And ultimately, the commission recommended that the protected person be in control of who they communicate and interact with. But this has not been the practice. The courts have consistently allowed families to control who the protected person communicates with or visits with. And the court regularly overrides a protected person's desire not to communicate with family or others. The revision we recommend would make clear that this right, the right of communication, visitation, interaction, lies solely with the protected person, and that a family cannot force visitation if a protected person doesn't want it. Next. So there are many life-altering decisions that are made throughout the life of a guardianship case. For example, where a protected person lives, their community and the connections they have within that community are extraordinarily important to the health and well-being of a protected person. Yet, when a court allows a guardian to move a protected person to another state or city where there are no community or connections for the protected person, the protected person currently doesn't have the right to appeal that decision. Similarly, when a court restricts interactions or communications of a protected person with folks they choose to communicate with, the protected person does not have the right to appeal that decision. Next. These decisions have an effect on a protected person's mental health and well-being. We have many senior clients who do not have very many years, and any decision affecting their quality of life, they should have a remedy. And we strongly recommend that these decisions should be appealable, and they currently are not. So the Bill of Rights demands that a protected person be allowed as much autonomy and independence as possible, and further that their wishes and preferences should be considered in any decision affecting their life. Yet, when it comes to terminating guardianship, the courts have consistently sort of ignored the preferences of the protected person. The protected person faces an uphill battle to terminate a guardianship, and we suggest that anyone objecting to a guardianship carries the burden. If a protected person has provided evidence to the court that the guardianship is no longer needed, then they have met their burden. And anyone objecting to that would then have the burden to prove that the guardianship should not be terminated. That is more in line with the Bill of Rights than we currently have right now. So it seems in guardianship cases that everyone involved in a guardianship case wants a piece of the protected person's life savings. Anyone can seek fees from the protected person in guardianship. The guardian, the guardian's attorney, guardian ad litem, the accountant, and so on. Currently, anyone who seeks fees from the protected person must first file a notice of their intent to do so. And if they have done so, the court cannot award them fees unless those fees are determined to be reasonable. There are several reasonableness factors outlined in the statute, including like whether the estate can sustain the award of fees, whether the rate for the work provided is reasonable, whether there was a delegation of work to others who could do the work at a lower rate, and so on. However, what we're seeing is the courts routinely awarding fees without making any determination about reasonableness of those fees, and also awarding fees when no notice has been filed. These revisions would clarify that the court cannot award the fees without notice and require the court to make decisions on reasonableness or determinations on reasonableness. A protected person's entire life savings can be wiped out with an award of fees. Therefore, it is incumbent upon the court to determine whether those fees are reasonable under the statute. For example, we have a case in which the court awarded fees amounting to 1/3 of the protected person's entire estate without ever addressing whether the estate could sustain such a hit. In another case, the court left a protected person with only $10,000 in their estate after awarding fees at the attorney's senior rate when the work performed should have been performed by that of a paralegal or associate at a much lower rate. The court failed to determine in that case whether that rate was reasonable for the work performed, or whether the estate could actually sustain the award of fees. In another case, the court awarded $150,000 in fees in a guardianship case where there was no objection to the guardianship. Again, in that case, the court made no findings regarding whether those fees were reasonable, and in that case, the attorneys had failed to file the proper notice of intent to seek fees. In another case, our client objected to the guardianship, the court granted it. Our client objected to the guardian, the court appointed him anyway. Then the court granted $40,000 in fees from the protected person, making no findings as to whether those fees were reasonable. And in that case also, the attorney failed to file the notice of intent. So when the courts have awarded fees in those cases that I just described, where there's been no notice, they have done so under the provision that allows compensation and expenses for the guardian. This practice should be prohibited. The 2017 legislature enacted a specific provision to guide the court in granting fees for attorneys in guardianship. That is 159.344, and it clearly outlines what the attorney and the court must do in granting fees. So any award of fees under this particular provision, 159.183, should be prohibited. The revisions that we are recommending would prohibit the court from doing this. A guardian ad litem appointed in a guardianship case can also seek fees from the protected person. While a guardian ad litem is prohibited from offering or providing legal services, they nonetheless will bill at their attorney rate if they happen to be an attorney. As you can imagine, an attorney rate is much higher. An hourly rate for an attorney is much higher than that of a non-attorney GAL or guardian ad litem, and this practice must also be prohibited. Our recommendation would require the court to award fees to a guardian ad litem at a non-attorney guardian ad litem rate, which is significantly lower than that of an attorney's rate. So for judicial expediency, we are recommending a couple of other changes. We are recommending that the petition for guardianship provide an email contact address or information for both the proposed guardian and for the proposed protected person. We're also recommending that the needs assessment be attached. Currently, the needs assessment is required for a guardian for the court to grant a guardianship. However, it's not required that it be attached to the time that the petition is filed. This has led to a lot of confusion and delay in the conclusion of the guardianship petition. And then finally, the Guardianship Commission's report made it clear that a guardianship should only be granted as a last resort, and that there should be consideration as to whether there are less restrictive alternatives available. So we're recommending that any order granting guardianship should contain, the court should include whether less restrictive alternatives were available, considered, not available, and then that's the reason the guardianship was granted. This is in line with the Commission and also the Bill of Rights in granting independence to the protected person. And those are the recommendations that we think would bring the current statutes more in line with the Bill of Rights and what the Commission intended. We've come a long way since the Commission was first created. And I think just with a few more little tweaks, we can get that much further and provide the protections that vulnerable adults in Clark County and Nevada require, but also the 159 overall would be more in line with the 19 enumerated rights outlined in the Protected Persons Bill of Rights. So I'm going to turn it back over to Jonathan.
Jonathan Norman for the record. Before the question, so 9 things that we think should be changed. And, the temporary guardianship should identify why the temporary guardianship is needed and be limited to that need. 2, clarify the protected person gets to decide on communication. 3, the protected person should be able to appeal court decisions that have a significant impact on that protected person's life. 4, the protected person's wishes and preferences should be taken into consideration when we're talking about terminating the guardianship. 5, when the court awards attorney's fees from the protected person's life savings, there should be more accountability. And, when I think of we're allowing the government through the court to take someone's life savings in a lot of instances. And I think if we're going to do that, and in a lot of instances it might be necessary, we should show our work. And that's where the judge should make findings on the reasonableness factors. It shouldn't just be an order that this is reasonable. If we're going to have the government taking someone's life savings, I think we should have them show their work in that order. And then on the GAL, I like it. It's hard for me to understand, when we have a GAL and they're billing at an attorney rate, but I liken it to if you hired a contractor and you're going to remodel your kitchen, right, and they have to break out some drywall, and you find out they're billing the demolition of that drywall at a master electrician's rate, right? You would say, I don't think I want to pay that bill because that wasn't a master electrician doing master electrician work. And so when I think of that we have GALs billing as full attorney rate, I think that that shouldn't be happening to someone's life savings. And then the final thing is just shutting that loophole so that attorneys who don't file that notice that you're required to serve on all the parties, that you intend to seek fees, if you don't go through the right door, then you should be barred and shouldn't be allowed back in. You know, you don't get a second bite at the apple to come in as a professional. That's for accountants and other professionals that the Guardianship Commission thought the guardian might need. And then finally is just tweaking the petition so that it has information that can just make, you know, the attorney getting to the protected person, talking with them easier, understanding with the attachment what is needed. So those are the changes that I think would, like as Ms. Bookout said, would make our guardianship statute really embody the protected person's Bill of Rights. And I don't want to say that our guardianship statute's not doing a good job. I think we've come so far, and the changes that the legislature, you know, enacted in 2017 were really incredible. And I just think, you know, it's like we're 95% there, and we can just get, you know, we can get that A+. And I guess we're open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you both for that very insightful presentation. Are there any questions from our committee members? Senator Spearman, I don't see you on our screen, so if you have a question, just shout out. I'm not hearing anything from Senator Spearman, but I have questions because this is not my wheelhouse. So tell me a little bit more about a guardianship. What conditions would someone need to be under a guardianship? In my mind, it'd be someone who might be like have Alzheimer's or dementia and need a guardianship. What other reasons would someone need to have a guardianship placed over them?
So our clients present with all kinds of disabilities which make decision-making difficult for them. We have clients who have intellectual disabilities and can't manage their money, clients with Alzheimer's, clients with dementia, adults who have been in car accidents and suffered from traumatic brain injury. The range is pretty broad. And so because it's so broad, right, no one, what am I trying to say? There's not one thing that works to provide the support for everyone, right? There should be a range of options for folks who need assistance with decision making, whether it's managing their medical care or paying their bills, which is why I think that the original commission focused on the person, that shifted the view of guardianship from a sort of a paternalistic view to the person and the person's needs. And so it's pretty broad. We do have a lot of seniors with cognitive decline, like dementia, different types of dementia like Lewy body or Alzheimer's, but we also have a lot of young people who have suffered from some injury or born with developmental delay or intellectual disability.
Thank you for that clarification. So can you walk me through the process just so I have a better understanding of a court case, kind of like what you're talking about with the granddaughter, and she ended up draining the grandfather's savings. So was the grandfather a part of this process, or were other family members brought into it? How would something like that look?
So in a general case, the petitioner, the person seeking to either be the guardian or have someone else appointed to be the guardian for the protected person. We used to call the protected persons wards. That changed after the 2017 legislature. The petitioner would file a petition explaining why the proposed protected person needs a guardian, and then would be required to serve notice on a list of folks entitled to notice, generally folks within the second degree of consanguinity, like siblings, parents, children. So that's in a general case. Once the petition is filed and there's service on those entitled to notice, there's a citation hearing. Now, we get appointed, the legal aid gets appointed from as soon as the petition is filed. So we get notice of a case immediately, so we can get involved at the outset. And so at the citation hearing, all of those entitled to notice can come to the citation and object or not to the request for guardianship. In the temporary guardianship situation where the granddaughter drained her grandfather's account, that was a temporary. And so those notice requirements aren't required under certain circumstances for those temporaries. So in that case, no other family member was notified. We were notified and the client was notified. But the guardianship, the temporary was granted before there was a hearing, which is what currently the provision allows. That's how that was able to happen. So that's why the suggestion would be if there's a need for a temporary guardianship, the very specific need should be identified and the order should only grant authority to address that specific need. So that would have prohibited what happened in the temporaries. Those are rare, but the consequences are pretty dire.
Thank you for that clarification. And I will ask one more question because I have a feeling I could probably keep you guys here all day. We were talking about the fees. Are there any sort of like a global fee scale of, like balancing a checkbook does not require a CPA? So who gets that? How much would something like that? And obviously that's a very simplistic responsibility, but I was kind of curious if there was any sort of list that would say this responsibility can only be billed no more than this amount of money.
There is no list, and that would be great, but there isn't. However, in the provision that addresses fees, it actually outlines what would be reasonable for services that would be provided sort of outside of guardianship. Like what would it cost for you to hire a bookkeeper to keep your books. Those are usually guardian expenses, though. So if a guardian is hiring, an accountant at $600, but a bookkeeper could do it for $60, then that's where the court can look at whether those fees are reasonable. But the litany under the provision for attorneys outlines a lot of those different factors too for the court to consider what reasonable is for a particular task performed.
Thank you so much. Open it up for questions one more time. All right, seeing that there are no questions, thank you again for presenting today to us. And we will close this item of business. Well, we were originally going to do lunch at this time, but I think we're going to try and power through because I don't think our lunch has come yet. Yeah. Oh, then we're going to take a brief recess, about a 30-minute recess, and then we'll move on to agenda item number 8. So it is 11:58 according to my clock. We'll just round to 12. So let's return at 12:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, we're on to our next agenda item. It's agenda item number 8, presentation on adult maltreatment in Nevada and challenges and opportunities to improve the system. We will have Ms. Tammy Severs, and Ms. Jennifer Richards with the Aging and Disability Services Division of the Department of Health and Human Services to present on adult maltreatment in Nevada. Please begin when you are ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Richards. I hold the office of the Attorney for the Rights of Older Persons and persons with a physical disability, intellectual disability, or a related condition. We shorten that to the Rights Attorney. The position was established in 1989 under NRS 427A and is a governor-appointed position. For the over 700,000 adults in Nevada living with a disability, the Rights Attorney works to advance systemic improvement in the Aging and Disability Services Network through legal and policy advocacy to ensure that Nevadans can live independent, meaningful, and dignified lives. In addition, the office acts as the designated legal assistance developer under the Older Americans Federal Act. I'm joined this morning by Tammy Seaver, who is a licensed social worker. She's a graduate of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and she serves as a social services chief over our Adult Protective Services program statewide. She will celebrate 27 years in state service on July 10th. So I will turn over the beginning of the presentation to Ms. Seaver.
Thank you, and for the record, my name is Tammy Seaver. In front of you on the first slide are the types of adult maltreatment that Adult Protective Services investigates. The first 5, abandonment, abuse, neglect, exploitation, and isolation, are allegations that we may send over to law enforcement for criminal investigation. Self-neglect obviously is not a crime. It is the failure of a person to provide for themselves if they're unable to. And so we do investigate those and get resources and services if the person is acceptable. There is no single pattern of abuse. Sometimes abuse is the continuous of long-standing patterns of a physical, emotional, or financial abuse within the family. Abuse can be related to changes in living situations and relationships brought about either by the older or vulnerable person's growing dependence on others for companionship and for meeting basic needs, or by a family member's increased reliance on the older or vulnerable person for shelter and financial support. It is not unusual for our investigations to have more than one type of allegation for the same person. And we follow the NRS 200.5092 for the definitions of a vulnerable adult for us to open an investigation for those who are 18 and 59. And that definition is one who suffers from a condition of physical or mental incapacitation because of a developmental disability, organic brain damage, or mental illness, or has one or more physical or mental limitations that restrict the ability of the person to perform the normal activities of daily living. If we receive an intake call on someone who is over 60, that is the only criteria they have to have is their age of 60, and we could open a case if it meets the criteria of an APS case. So who is affected by abuse in later life? As you can see, the demographics on this slide, those mostly to be victimized are older females. As statistics from the Center of Elder Abuse, Center of Excellence on Elder Abuse and Neglect in 2011, a person over 80 years of age is 2 to 3 times more likely to be abused and may be a person with cognitive impairment. 2/3 of the reports examined identified women as victims. However, it's worth noting that victimization does not discriminate by race, sex, income level, cultural or ethnic groups, sexual orientation, religion, or marital status. It has been estimated that abuse of elderly women by their spouses is increasing among the growing over 60 age category, and that women do suffer a higher percentage of abuse than men. Often, the client resides with the alleged abuser and has developed a dependency on the abuser to meet some or all of their daily care needs. The vulnerable senior often is living with an adult child, significant other, or spouse. According to an article, The Sexual Assault Epidemic No One Talks About by Shapiro Joseph in 2018, the rate of rape and sexual assault against people with intellectual disabilities is more than 7 times the rate against people without disabilities. Among women with disabilities, it's about 12 times the rate. I have done this presentation numerous times, and every time I read that last bullet of more than 90% of people with disabilities, with developmental disabilities, will experience sexual abuse in some point in their lives, it just touches me and just, it hurts my heart to read that. I'm going to briefly give you the life cycle of an APS case. First, Adult Protective Services, we want to do prevention. So we provide community trainings for the general public. We do our community partners, nursing homes, group homes, hospitals. If we do receive a case, we have a centralized intake that takes our reports. It's reviewed by our intake supervisor. And the case initiation has to be done within 3 business days. We do triage with a level 1 or a level 2. A level 2 case would be the 72 hours business days. However, a level 1 would mean that the worker would have to initiate the case within 24 hours. More often than not, though, if we receive the level 1, the worker is going out the same day. Then once they go out and do their first visit, there is the investigation. And then most importantly, our intervention. We want to stop the abuse. We want to get services in the home for those who need it and who are wanting it. After the case's allegations are ruminated, there's the case closure, and after the worker closes the case, before it is put in case closure, the supervisor must review the case to make sure that the appropriate investigation was done. So we obviously have a growing problem with elder abuse. It's been referred to as the hidden epidemic in the United States, with estimates that 1 in 10 community dwelling older adults experienced some form of abuse in the prior year. Just to give you a look into the cases that Adult Protective Services have investigated, back in the state fiscal year of 2019, APS opened 6,544. In fiscal year 2020, we opened 7,421. And 2021 was 8,236. So far this year, as of yesterday, we have opened 8,298 cases statewide. So you can see here in the graph that it's going to continue to grow. State fiscal year, it says 6,544, and they projected state fiscal year of 2022 to be 8,485. And we still have this whole week to go, so I think we will definitely make that number. And with our outreach campaigns, we know that our numbers are definitely going to be moving up. Here's our person of interest data. Person of interest is the person that is alleged to do the abuse. There's the highest number is no family relationship exists. That's 38% of our cases. The child, 30%, other relatives, 20%, and 12%, the person of interest, in our cases, is marked as the spouse or domestic partner. Just a bit of history, probably within the last 3 or 4 years, it has changed. It used to be the child was the highest number of persons of interest, but now it has moved up to be the no family. So what are we facing in adult protective services as far as our workforce? There is definitely a lack of licensed social workers in the state. We recruit, we'll get a list of eligible social workers to do an interview, and we may possibly get 2 or 3 people on the list to interview. There's the competitive compensation. Our state social workers don't make as much as somebody in the private sector, such as a nursing home or home health, hospice, hospitals. There's the nature of our work that ties in also with the one point of dangerous situations. Most people, I would think, would prefer to work in an office setting where they're behind a desk, they're safe, they're meeting one-on-one with people in their own office space. So APS social workers, we're out in the field. We don't know what we're getting into. We've gone into hoarding situations where it's just absolute filth, where you can't even go into the home. Our vacancy rate for May was 56%, and the Las Vegas APS social worker vacancy rate is 60%. So that means, we're the higher caseload per worker. We've got an increasing caseload statewide, we believe, because of the outreach we're doing, and of course, because of our population growth. So kind of to give you a point is our standard that we look at is usually 40 cases per social worker, and our social workers are currently carrying one social worker has 70 cases. So a 50% plus vacancy rate means APS staff are carrying double the caseload of normal times, placing the quality and timeliness of services at risk. And I will turn it over to Ms. Richards.
Thank you. Now that Ms. Seaver has outlined the landscape of adult maltreatment in the state and the challenges of the agency, I would like to go over several national best practices and trends that this body may consider bringing to Nevada in order to improve system response. So the first item I'd like to talk about is the vulnerable adult protection orders. Some of you may be familiar with this. It was AB 407 last session, and this bill was sponsored by the Seniors, Veterans, and Adults with Special Needs as a committee bill. We still believe from the agency that this is something Nevada should look at and consider for this session. Again, I have submitted an outline of protection orders in Nevada. Existing Nevada law does have several types of protection orders, but typically there must be a specific relationship, especially for the domestic violence protection order. As you heard earlier in the presentation, the majority of persons of interest in adult protective services cases do not have a family relationship. So they won't fit into that box of relief. Next slide. Nationally, when I conducted a jurisdictional survey, I noted that approximately 18 states and territories have a specialized protective order that provides relief to older persons and or vulnerable adults. Some of the states call them different names. For example, Florida titles their protection order an exploitation injunction. but they serve the same purpose and the same function. And all of these states have recognized the need for this specialized order and put that in their state law. Recently, California and Washington have amended their statutes to expand their protection orders in those states. So as far as what does this protection order look like, in our research analyzing the other states that have these laws on the books, there's some common criteria and elements. First is a broad definition of a vulnerable adult, including both the vulnerable adult and an older person over 60. Another common element is empowering the individual to seek the order for themselves, but also allowing adult protective services to act as the petitioner when there is a circumstance that presents as such, and they've outlined that in statute. Some states, such as Washington, have broadened their criteria to allow any interested person to file for the protective order. That seems to be the minority, and I would caution against that practice. What we would like to see in Nevada is empowering the individual to have this remedy, and also adult protective services to be able to act as petitioner. Some of the judicial relief that's common to the orders across the jurisdictional survey include restraining conduct, restraining physical access, or prohibiting physical access to a particular location, restraining certain contact, requiring an accounting, restraining the transfer of property, and other judicial relief. I know Oregon specifically includes custody of a pet, for example, in their statute. So with the protection orders, I would just highlight for this committee part of why Adult Protective Services is bringing this forward again is because it's part of the national recommendation when the agency expanded to serve all vulnerable adults 18 to 118. So not only is this a national recommendation, it will also help us collect and track data that's historically very difficult to obtain for this population. Allowing APS to act as a petitioner will also build upon existing relationships and partnerships with our legal aid service providers throughout the state. And this is a tool that we can use for early intervention and early case initiation to prevent some of these cases that we see in the headlines when it's too late. So moving from preventative options, I'd like to next talk about access warrants. And in a moment, I'm going to invite one of our colleagues from law enforcement as well. He graciously agreed to be here to give the law enforcement perspective, but let me give you a brief background on access warrants. In Nevada, there is no current statute authorizing Adult Protective Services to petition for or obtain an access warrant following denial of entry to a private property premises. While we do have warrants for police officers to obtain in criminal cases, we're talking about a very specific access of the individual to facilitate investigation. And so what do I mean by that? So we do have a case example from an actual case that Ms. Seaver is going to relay to the committee for some context as we move forward through this discussion.
So thank you. I'm Tammy Seaver for the record. So I'm just going to give you a case example. This is just one of many. We would have been here all day long if we could have picked out the cases that we've had. But our APS received a report of abuse from an apartment complex manager who was concerned about an elderly woman that was living with her adult child. The adult child was not on the lease, so she just basically moved in on her mother. There were reports that the daughter was yelling and screaming and intimidating the adult, the parent. When the apartment staff would try to speak with the parent regarding the adult living in the apartment and not on the lease, which was not legal, the adult child would not let the parent come to the door. Our APS social worker attempted to contact, knocked on the door, but however, the adult child would not let her come in and speak to her parent. The adult child responded to the social worker. She knew her rights and she didn't have to let anybody have access to the apartment or to her parent. She stated that her attorney informed her of this after several welfare checks were called in by her family. The social worker could see the client sitting in care in the kitchen. However, the adult child would not allow the social worker to go in and speak to her. The social worker contacted law enforcement's non-emergency line, and a patrol officer arrived at the scene. However, the adult child refused to let the police in the home, and the police officer informed the social worker that without a warrant, they could not force access, as that they could see the client was sitting at the table and there was no apparent distress. This was a Southern Nevada case, as we made a referral to the local law enforcement's detective bureau that specializes in abuse neglect regarding the isolation. However, a case was not open, so unfortunately we were not able to continue our investigation because we could not get into the home to see our client.
Thank you, Tammy. So as I said in the introduction, there's no current authorization to access the individual when they've been denied entry, just for the purpose of interviewing the client to ensure their safety and well-being and conduct the investigation. While that's the case in Nevada, most jurisdictions do have a mechanism for applying for and executing a warrant that allows APS to access and conduct their investigation concerning the reports of a vulnerable or older adult. And we can get into a bit more about the law, but I'd like to welcome Sergeant Mendoza to the table, and he has a few words on the law enforcement perspective.
Good afternoon. My name is Detective Sergeant John Michael Mendoza with Story County Sheriff's Office. I am here to provide the perspective of law enforcement on these proposals. I have over 22 years of experience working with law enforcement, and many of my cases have involved seniors or adults with disabilities. My partnership with APS or other MDT groups is critical to investigate, prosecute cases for an adult maltreatment in our jurisdiction, especially in rural Nevada. The cases for adult abuse, neglect, isolation, and exploitation are often very difficult and require additional resources that our agency simply cannot provide. In other words, like transportation. Our agency supports this initiative because it will improve early case intervention, thus improving the quality of life of our elderly. Often we are called to do multiple welfare checks and have no legal authority to access the property. The access warrant will help maximize law enforcement response and use of our limited resources, especially in rural areas. The access warrant will help strengthen coordinated response between law enforcement, APS, and MDT groups. Regarding the protective order and fatality review teams, our agency supports any initiatives that improve coordinated efforts to help protect Nevada's most vulnerable adult population. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Sergeant Mendoza. So with that said, what do the other states look like? I've outlined the national practices. Most states, of course, follow a probable cause standard in order to obtain the warrant. Our sister jurisdiction in Arizona particularly has a very robust statute that outlines the process. Additionally, the national practices outline not only to allow access for APS, but also for those not to interfere with the investigation. And so what that entails is oftentimes the Adult Protective Services social worker who's trying to access the individual will be denied interviewing them alone. The person insists on staying in the room, and there's continued concerns of undue influence, exploitation, because we can't speak to the person alone to assess what's going on in that situation. I've listed some other states and some other practices that were unique to those minority states. New York, for example, allows the warrant to identify if another party, such as a nurse, is going to accompany execution of the warrant to maybe provide a medical perspective to assess the individual. So recommendations from the national survey. APS has the independent authority to apply for the warrant. A probable cause standard is used by a majority of states. That would be consistent with the Nevada law in this area. And of course, the national survey revealed that there must be a denial or refusal of access in order to prove up the affidavit. So this is a case where APS has tried to respond to initiate the case and has been denied. Again, some language outlining that access also includes not interfering, allowing the individual to be interviewed, and best practice across the jurisdictions that we reviewed indicates that law enforcement or a peace officer will execute the warrant in partnership with APS. Next slide. So now we've talked about improvements in the adult maltreatment system response for prevention, improvements that can be made in the ongoing investigation stage of the case. So finally, I'd like to look at the end of the life cycle of a case and improvements that can be made in system response, your case evaluation and retrospection, and that is the use of elder abuse fatality review teams. Elder abuse fatality review teams are emerging as a national best practice. The American Bar Association has prepared a robust amount of materials on their website, which I've included for you there. It includes a list of all the states deploying these tactics and how they utilize these teams. But essentially, it's a multidisciplinary group with the goal of identifying system gaps and improving victim services across the state. It's unique and it's focused on vulnerable adults and older adults. Currently, there are 35 teams in 13 states, according to the American Bar Association. Members of the teams come from an array of agencies: Adult Protective Services, law enforcement, prosecutors, long-term care ombudsman program, and other community partners. What's unique about these teams is they are truly geared towards system improvement. It's not a blame and shame. We're not here to look at what went wrong in a case, but to address how can we improve the dignity and well-being of Nevadans. The elder abuse fatality review teams have been demonstrated to be effective. Again, according to the American Bar Association study, participants reported that it enhanced their knowledge, their ability to do their jobs effectively, to collaborate with their colleagues. It facilitated large-level policy changes and practices, and that led to systemic changes statewide and also in their local communities. And so Nevada's already deploying fatality review teams in a few areas. We already have in state law existing a domestic violence fatality review team, a child death review team, and last session this body passed a maternal morbidity death review team as well. So in conclusion, if we look at the challenges that we're facing in addressing adult maltreatment in Nevada, the caseloads that are increasing, there's really a need to address if Nevada should bring some of these national trends and best practices here to improve the system through prevention with a protective order, through the investigative stage with the access or special visitation warrant, and finally through case assessment and evaluation by utilizing the elder abuse fatality review teams. With that, I'll be open for questions.
Thank you both very much for that very thorough presentation. Are there any questions from committee members? I see none in Las Vegas. Senator Spearman, since I can't see you, just wanted to see if you had any questions. I will take that as a no. All right, well, seeing that there are no questions, thank you again for your presentation, and we will close this item of business and move forward to the next agenda item number 9. We have Ms. Marie Coe with the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program with Aging and Disability Services Division here to present on issues related to residents' rights in group homes and assisted living facilities in Nevada. Ms. Coe, you may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Marie Coe, Interim Long-Term Care Ombudsman for the record. On behalf of the 7,610 residents in licensed residential facility for groups and assisted living facilities, we would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with the committee today regarding these issues. A brief overview of the agenda. I'll give you an overview of the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, a short overview of the regulatory rule, and then the settings rule, some additional challenges that we see, the proposed role of the Ombudsman, and then at the end have opportunity for questions. The Ombudsman Program, we are authorized under the Older Americans Act, which is the federal law, requiring each state to have an Ombudsman Program. And specifically, if you're unaware of what an ombudsman is, we are advocates for residents in long-term care. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, we receive complaints from anywhere, and based on the complaints that we receive, if it is within our role, we would open up an investigation and proceed. Some of the items that we can look into are assisting residents with day-to-day concerns, such as health, safety, and personal preferences. We provide information to the community regarding the long-term care programs in Nevada. We work closely with network partners and educate about our role in our program and how that affects resident advocacy in facilities. We also provide in-service trainings to long-term care professionals, whether that be within the facility or out of the facility. A lot of times there might be a misunderstanding of our role or what can be provided in a facility. In addition to our investigations, we also conduct regular unannounced visits into facilities. In this particular setting, we go a minimum of once every quarter into every single facility licensed in the state. Skilled nursing facilities, which are a higher level of care, we visit those settings once a month. So talking about the facility types, the home for individual residential care are homes in the community in a regular neighborhood, it could be the house right next door to yours, that are licensed to provide care for 2 residents. The next facility type is residential facilities for groups, which is where we're going to get into more today. This facility type offers, if a resident has a diagnosis of Alzheimer's and needs some additional supervision and care, this facility type can provide that additional care with an endorsement. And then the skilled nursing facilities are the highest level of licensed facilities in Nevada, and typically somebody in this setting would have increased medical needs. Currently in Nevada, we have 16,613 licensed residential beds to provide care for residents in Nevada who need care in these settings. Specifically, what we're going to be talking about today, the residential facilities for groups, there are 7,610 licensed beds, so these residents can be affected by this presentation. The current law regarding lower levels of care and the residential facilities for group is what we're talking about. The facility is required within 10 calendar days after providing a written notice to a resident to be able to talk with them if they are specifically being evicted from this setting. The concern is that there is no protections right now for residents in these settings if they are facing an eviction. So they should receive a 30-day notice when transferring or discharging, and that notice should also be sent to our office, the Ombudsman's office. However, that doesn't always happen, and there's no mechanism to enforce or penalize the provider for not following that part of the law. And then if it does happen, that's where the 10 calendar days comes into play. The resident has 10 days to meet with the owner or the administrator of this facility to try to compromise and come to a resolution in order to stay. And oftentimes there may be a behavioral aspect or a financial issue that has brought about the eviction in the first place. And there's no forum to adjudicate any of these eviction disputes and allow the resident to have due process. So I've provided a chart. On the left is skilled nursing facility information, and on the right is the non-skilled facility information. And that would apply to the residential facilities for groups. So you can see the similarities and differences between skilled nursing and non-skilled nursing facilities. One major difference at the bottom is the discharge or eviction appeal rights. And residents in lower levels of care, regardless of a payer source, are not protected from being evicted by providers. The skilled nursing facilities currently have protections for residents in these facilities. There are very specific reasons that residents can be evicted or discharged from skilled nursing facilities, such as if they needed a higher level of care or if there was a behavioral need that the facility could not provide resources and meet the residents' needs. In non-skilled nursing settings, there are not these protections, and residents are being evicted to homeless shelters where their needs cannot be met. So if they have care needs that were currently being provided in the facility, those are not met at a homeless shelter. Or they may be sent to a hospital where their bed is, and this just happened yesterday, actually. A resident was sent to a hospital and was there and ready to return back to their bed, and their bed was filled by someone else, and they are not permitted to return back to their home. With these eviction protections in place, this process would be prevented and the resident would be afforded due process. An additional concern is regarding the settings rule and resident rights. A provider-owned or controlled residential setting is one where the service provider also owns and controls the real estate where the individual lives, as distinct from a setting owned or controlled by the person receiving services or their family, where the provider merely arrives to deliver services. Here, some additional requirements apply. This is because research shows that these settings are more likely to limit residents' rights, in part due to the inability of residents to fire their service provider without having to move to a new home. And individuals in these settings must have eviction protections in order to be in compliance with the federal settings rule, which will become effective March 2023. So this is a federal requirement. This has to do with residents in these lower level settings who are on a Medicaid waiver. This is a requirement, a federal requirement that is not currently in place to have these protections, eviction protections for these residents. This is the copy of the federal language regarding the settings rule. And as you can see, it states the state must ensure a lease, residency agreement, or other form of written agreement be in place for each participant that provides protections that address eviction processes and appeals comparable to the landlord-tenant law. Nevada is currently not in compliance with this rule. A change to NRS 449A would bring the state into compliance, as well as provide increased protections for all residents in non-skilled nursing settings. Some of the implementation barriers that we have seen, we do not have the appeal process currently. There is a process if somebody is on the Medicaid waiver, if they are denied services. There is an appeal process for that, but not regarding the evictions. And Nevada's landlord-tenant law also does not apply to these settings. In Illinois, we have done some research, and they have had a law on the books for quite a while that addresses the eviction process for residents in these care settings. Part of Illinois' law is for the residents to receive 30 days notice of the eviction, including the reason for the eviction and the opportunity to request an appeal of the eviction. That eviction is mandated to be sent to the ombudsman's office, and that way the resident can receive assistance if they would like it from the ombudsman. In addition, Illinois also has contract requirements that ensure compliance with the eviction requirement, so that every contract made by a provider and a resident addresses these eviction requirements and affords the residents the rights to have due process, have adequate notice, and have specific reasons for being evicted. Some of the additional challenges that we are currently seeing in Nevada have to do with hospital contracts. We have seen residents who go to the hospital and are transferred to a facility, a residential facility for group, where the hospital signs a contract for several $1,000s for several months, maybe 3 or 4 months, and when that contract ends, the resident doesn't have the means to provide the current payment that the hospital has been paying, and the resident then receives an eviction notice. And so the resident's care needs are being compromised because of this practice, and again, there's no protections in place for the residents. Some of the other issues are the need to apply for services. If the resident doesn't have the ability to apply for services on their own, they may need a guardianship, and we heard earlier about the guardianship process. And again, there's no protections for this resident to have assistance with that procedure. So what we are looking for today is protections for all residents. We would like to see and establish a universal appeal process to match protections currently in place for skilled nursing facilities, to require a process for eviction letters that are sent to the Ombudsman's office within 30 days of the proposed eviction, so that way an advocate can go out and meet with the resident and the providers to provide advocacy, and to impose penalties for facilities who do not follow this current process. Our proposed role in this eviction process would change a little bit. Again, we would like to receive all of the notices consistently. We would screen the letters and open up case investigations as necessary. Currently, we receive all discharge notices from skilled nursing facilities, and if we see that a resident is being discharged to a homeless shelter or somewhere that may be an unsafe location, we open up a case for investigation and go meet with that resident and make sure that their needs can be met in that setting and that they are consenting to that transfer. Our advocacy role would be to obtain consent first from the resident, and then we would assist the resident to file an appeal, and regarding that eviction, if needed, we could refer to legal services, and we would continue our ongoing advocacy. This is a similar process that happens right now with skilled nursing facility discharges. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Coe. We greatly appreciate your time and the assistance and services that you offer to our seniors in Nevada. And are there any questions from our committee? Hearing and seeing none, thank you again for the wonderful presentation. We look forward to continue working with you. This will close this item of business, and we'll now move on to the next agenda item, which is public comment. As a reminder, we ask the public comments be kept to 3 minutes so everyone interested in speaking can be accommodated. In addition, public comment may be provided in 4 different ways, all of which are listed on the agenda. A person may also submit public comments in writing either in addition to testifying or in lieu thereof. Written public comments may be submitted before, during, or after the meeting adjournment. And we will start with public comment in Las Vegas and then take comments in Carson City. No? You sure? Okay. Anyone in Carson City who would like to make public comment? No, I don't see anyone coming up to the table. BPS, is there anyone waiting to make public comment on the phone?
To give public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 653. You are unmuted. May begin.
Good morning or good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee. My name is Dora Martinez, and I do represent the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. Sorry for that delay. I had to mute my Alexa. I just want to say thank you so much. We were informed, the disability community were informed that due to the power that be, they did not eliminate this committee, and we appreciate that. We are usually, the disability community are usually, when we're out of sight, we're sort of out of mind for some people. And we just appreciate that that you all know that we are here and we are listening to you all. And I must say, you guys are doing a fantastic job. And thank you so much for the able guy, the famous pretzel dad, Eric Jimenez and Jennifer Richards, for doing a great job. Thank you for everyone. And I appreciate all of you, and take care. That's all I wanted to say, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Next caller.
Once again, to participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 832, you are muted, may begin.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 832, please press star 6 on your telephone to unmute.
I'm sorry, Chair, it appears to be no other callers on the line who wish to give public comment.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments from members before we adjourn? Being none, I want to thank everyone for being here today, especially our LCB staff and BPS for all the hard work you've put in behind the scenes. That concludes our meeting for today. Our next meeting will be our work session on Tuesday, August 16th at 9 a.m. So meeting is adjourned.